Hey everybody, welcome to today's live stream. Me and Kim got chatting here, so give us a sec. We're gonna play some Auto Order today, by the way. Hey everybody, so we're chatting about widening this road, right? So the amount of work that it would take, and then we would want to level the road, right? So that it's basically the same level all the way across. Because right now the big truck slows way down when it's. I mean, it goes really good downwards, and then it slows down to go up the hill. Or my thought was to put a dumping station right here, right? So I put in a dual set of the new hoppers, and then we make like a road here where you drive this direction or the opposite direction, one of the two. We might have to raise this portion up a ways, right? So that we got a nice turnaround in here, and then have it the dumping station between me and Kim, right? So an east-west, so that you drive over it north-south, same as the other side. And then I can tie that in with conveyor belts into the current wash plant. Because I really don't want to do another wash plant. That's, yeah, no. I've already built one. I'm not really interested in building another. But the mining operation up here is going well. We are stripping this hill out. And then we'll slowly, surely work our way down and all the rest of that fun stuff. And then I've cut a bunch of trees out of here to give us an idea of, how far we want to go up here. Down below, I did a little bit of work. I should go show that off. Nope, not there. There we go. So downstairs, I put in a couple of dumping stations. Had to build a walkway up to power it. This level, I'm thinking of keeping the concrete floor in because we've been using blocks, or for the most part, blocks. Looks like there's some flooring in here. But for the most part, I've been using blocks down here to level it out and keep it flat and all the rest of that fun stuff. And I'm wondering between the two whether you keep it flat with blocks, or on the second level here, we have another blasted rock operation going on. And what I did with this one is I took out the flooring. Hey, how you doing, Sim? I took out the flooring on this level, right? And it's fairly flat. I mean, I've been keeping it not too bad. I got a packer up here to keep it flat. And up here, I've been trying to dig it out without flooring. 6 one, half does the other. The work I did was I put in a ceiling in here to keep the stuff from dropping on the floor. Because now that I took the concrete flooring out, this stuff will build up as it falls. And so in theory, I kept a couple marker blocks up in the corner for me to walk on while I'm digging out and doing the ceiling, which I don't know. It was a lot of work. I was farting around. I had the kids over, and I was showing the grandkids what we're doing and the game I'm playing and whatnot. They're always interested in what Grandpa does. So the I'm trying it. I'm 6 one, half dozen of the other. I know a couple of the guys that have been down here digging like the flooring because it keeps them flat, but I end up fighting with it. My bucket gets caught in it. It just ends up being a headache. So I'm trying the two different. I'm trying the two different systems. Oh, coffee. Yeah, and then I don't really have any plans here on this level. This was meant to be the pay dirt level. It's still here. It still works. I haven't really done anything with it. And then I closed off this ramp that we were originally using to get up, only because the big truck needs to get by here to get to the dumping station. Changes in the plant were very, very small, but I did do some tweaks. I have to do one more, depending I was getting some dirt up in this storage here. I mean, they're all empty right now. I was getting some dirt up there. As long as I get dirt, I mean, it's nice to have some dirt in your hand to fill in stuff. But I put in those 2 storages. What they are is... If I can land in the right spot. Oh, okay. So gave me a catwalk to walk out here. This is gravel. And I'm going to need gravel to fire up the asphalt plant. That's an eventual thing when we go to pave roads and do other stuff. Otherwise, I don't really need asphalt. Right now, the gravel isn't making it to the crusher, the cone crusher, the jaw crusher, which means that the which one calls the swirlies, the round, the I'm losing it. Oh, what the hell are those called again? They are the froth floater. I cannot say that word fast. The froth floaters are not working right now, which means the tailing storage into the whatchamacallit is not working. The only other change I want to make is if I'm not getting any dirt up into the system. I'm doing real good, Sim. How about yourself, man? How's that? How's your heart, dude? How's that going? I hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're recovering. I was going to put a storage on, the dirt before it gets dumped into a sale thing. And so it's just going to have some dirt storage down there. Nothing big is going to change down in the plant. The plant is fine. For the last bunch of days, I had the kids over, so I haven't been streaming. Awesome, dude. Good to hear, Sam. So I haven't been streaming. I took all of my ores and all that fun stuff that we've been getting. It's all been smelted. There's a little bit working in the back, but that's about it. Everything else has been done. All the gravel's been converted. All the concrete's been made. And then what I did was I upped my CNC machines. And what I did was I gave myself a storage of filter kits, batteries, turbos, injectors, ECUs, the wear plates, the hydraulic, and the hoses. I still have 2 more items I need to, get into the works. One is a pump. And the other one, what was the last one? It's, is it a sensor? Yeah, it's got to be the sensor because the injector's there. Where's my vehicle parts? There you are. So it's the the sensor and the hydraulic pump go here and here. And the reason for those 2 is all this stuff is for maintaining. Oh, there they are. So there's the pumps and the sensors. So all this stuff, and it's all in a nice little row here. So at the end of the day, much like my son used to out at the mine, because my son was one of the mechanics out there, they would run around and they would service the machines at the end of the day. And so all these parts are the 10 parts currently that are needed to fix and repair the machines. These other parts, like the small gearbox, the cables, all these ones, are either parts that are needed, but they label themselves as used to repair vehicles and equipment, like engine heads. I mean, if you're going to do an inline or an in-frame into a truck, well, you need an engine head, okay, and a gearbox, you know what I mean, and these sorts of things. So I made all of this stuff in anticipation of, having to switch out piston rods. But when you check out the machinery, all right, the machinery parts are just these 10. I don't see anything else in here. Uh-oh. Float down that hill. Something to be said about emergency brakes. I don't see anything in any of the machinery that needs any of the other parts, but that's as yet. I don't know what they're going to do with this game in the future. My changes, I love I love what they've done to this game, Sim. I really do. All the way along, I'd have to admit, I love what they've done to this game. When I first originally played it, the dirt was little balls, and it didn't... I mean, I still have a few, gripes about dirt in this game and how it reacts and how it, functions and whatnot. Kim, would you like me to work on that plant right now so that you're not traveling as far?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
Okay. I don't need to rip up the road to do that. Okay. What I am going to do is leave you with the loader, and you work at either up here or down there, whichever one you want to work at. Right? Eventually, we might have to make a better turnaround down here and flatten it out. But other than that, dude, I think we're fine down here. I might even... I'm going to shoot this idea past you. How about we keep this ramp right here so that you come back up. Once you finish dumping, you come back up this ramp. But then when you're finished loading, right, you take the big truck and you drive it down. There's a road right here I started. I just made like a preliminary cut, right? So there's a road right here. And we could cut this all out, right, and develop this road. And then you travel down here, down to this other road that I made, right? And then come at the dumping station, kind of straight on, dump your load, and then take off up the hill again. And then there's your loop. And then this loop will, eventually all this land will be cut out. You know what I'm saying? Like all the trees and all that land in between, like me and you, will be cut down to a singular level. To basically the level of this road, right? Is where this is all going to get cut down to. And then I'll put the dumping station in pretty much right where I'm standing, right? So you got enough room to make that turn to get back up the hill. Eventually that hill won't be there, dude. And then after some time, it will be dug down, right? And then we'll be digging down into them. We'll have ramps down, as we dig further and further down. That's kind of the plan. But if we make the dumping station here, then we don't need to travel for the next 200,000 loads or millions of loads or however many dump truck loads. And then also we might be able to handle more population. Like more players in here. You mentioned you can't pass on this road, which I totally agree, dude. You wouldn't be able to have 2 dump trucks passing on that road. And if we're going to have 2 dump trucks in here, then they're going to have to be able to pass. So I will get a bunch of conveyors together, and I'll make this dumping station here. I'll extend this pad, and then that sound like a plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay.
How will we build the conveyors? Will we hide them?
I'm thinking I'm going to put them right beside the road here on its way back to, because we're just keeping this road. It doesn't need to be increased or decreased, right? Like the size of the road doesn't matter anymore. It's just moving machines back and forth. Hey, Mixed Nut, how you doing? So I'm going to bury it in the concrete pad here, of course, right? But then I'll have it come out the wall, right? And then it'll travel down beside the road. As it gets to the building, then I'm going to bury it. I'm going to put it underground, and I'm going to have it meet up with the other conveyor that's underneath there already. Build a tunnel, do all that stuff. I'm going to do that today. So that's kind of, I guess that's become the plan for today, is to put in a dumping station here for you. If you don't want to drive the big truck, dude, if you want to hold off on that, haven't on much, we've been ugly in a couple weeks. No problem, dude. No problem, man. Life before gaming. I mean, I'd rather it be gaming before life, but life before gaming. and your job is also more important. But I thank you for dropping by, buddy. Thank you very much. Yeah. So if you want to go downstairs, Kim, and go work on the 3rd level, don't take flooring with you. Take blocks with you. There should be some up at the house. I'll show you where, actually. Because I got to pick up a bunch of conveyors anyways, and tools and parts. So if you want, I have a pickup truck parked out front now. Instead of running all that distance, just go to vehicles in the map screen, right? The M screen.
It's grayed out for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't.
Oh.
I can't teleport.
Well, what the hell? You can drive it if you run to it, though, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I
That's what I did. That's what I did.
yeah, but I left it parked out front so I could teleport around. I'm just gonna yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out why you can't teleport. Star map vehicles. Where'd they put the company? Company. Settings resume. Players. Huh. I don't know why you can't. Huh. Anyway, so upstairs here, Kim, there's a storage in the far corner over here. And it has concrete blocks in it. I found the floors, the concrete floors. If you're going to continue using concrete on the bottom floor, which I don't really care, I'm trying out an experiment on the 2nd floor. But on the bottom floor, use blocks rather than flooring, because I found that the bucket gets stuck in the flooring. So if you're going to use anything down there, use the blocks. And the blocks are up here in the far corner, and I can make more. So this storage off in the far corner here, right? This storage has blocks in it. I would use the top one, not the gray looking whitish grayish ones. I got like 1,700 blocks in there. I'll make a bunch more.
But not the rough concrete, but the smooth concrete.
Yeah. Well, that way it all looks the same, right?
Yep. I took half the stack.
Yeah. And I'm going to make like 500 more.
So, can I take the pickup truck down, or are you going to use it?
No, go ahead, man. I'll get another one. Crashed my bike, scraped your knee. Telling you now because we didn't have internet then. Did I get your message on Discord the other week and you couldn't make it on? I probably did, Mixed Nut. I mean, it's perfectly okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. Golf guy. Yeah, no, that's okay. Perfectly okay, dude. And yeah, I got it. Yeah, no issues. No issues, man. When people can make it, they can make it. If they can't, they can't. It's totally fine.
Got a problem down here.
What?
The front loader is broken.
Yeah, okay.
Every single part is broken.
Okay. No problem. There. I have another pickup truck to... Oh, but they both look black. Bummer. I was hoping it would look red. Okay, you got a loader down there. In distress. Give me a sec. I'll grab parts and come fix it. We'll see how these parts hold up. Do you want to join us today, Golf Guy? You're more than welcome. Anytime you're free, dude.
The more the merrier.
Absolutely. Yeah, I tried, Sim. Like I said, with the kids coming over, I had a little bit of time here and a little bit of time there, in between little things that go on. How am I going to do this? That's too far away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm coming, Kim. I'd be one of the loaders. And yeah, I mean, these pickup trucks aren't that expensive, so I mean, we can have a bunch of them sitting around to move around with. Oh, okay, that's cool, Golf Guy. That's no problem. Okay, so... There. And that didn't cost me a dime.
Thank you.
Okay, have fun, Kim. Oh, Kim, take out
Yeah.
this flooring that's here. You can tell the difference. It's like a slight difference in height. I couldn't care if the other off-colored blocks are in here. I mean, that's what was available. Who cares? But take out the flooring and use blocks rather than the flooring. Can you tell, like if you move your mouse down, you can tell the difference in height? You can see a little lip for the flooring to the block.
So one lip, but I can't see anymore.
Yeah, you'd have to move your mouse in your view down right to the floor so you can see it. It'd be a bit of a hassle putting it in. The new blocks, by the way. They would be a bit of a hassle. Yes, the flooring is easier to place, but it also, I find it catches the bucket. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, if you put it too close. So this allows you to dig deeper right off the lip when you're going to go and extend your lip. You know what I mean? It allows you to build or dig deeper.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I'm trying it. Then on the first floor is flooring. Wingtip was working in there, and if he wants to go back, he says he likes to do the flooring. So I'm gonna. I'm interested in different ways of doing this and what's the most effective, and basically just testing the game. So if we use, and if you want to leave blocks in the bench here, you know what I mean, go right ahead. There's a couple of blocks in there. And then I'll make sure that you got enough blocks to do what you're doing down here. Oop. Because not having the blocks, well, I'm not like perfect. You know what I mean? Even though I'm using GPS and whatnot, I'm not perfect with the loader. And so I end up, well, basically it comes down to making mistakes, right? And you dig too deep or, you know what I mean? It's not flat. And then you got to run over it with the packer. So is it less work to put in the concrete floor, right? Do that once. Yes, we need to have gravel going, right? And yes, putting in the flooring is, but you do it once and then it's done, right? And then you never have to come back over this with a packer. You never have to, you know what I mean? Which way is the best is what I'm looking at. I'm wondering, like, which way the best way is. Most efficient, blah, blah, blah. Those sorts of questions. Anyway, dude, I'm going to let you go at it here.
Yeah.
So they're both red trucks? How did that work out?
I colored it.
Oh, you colored it red. Okay, good. I made the other one red.
Oh.
Okay, no, I'll make it orange.
Yeah, okay.
That way we got
orange,
yeah.
Really?
Dark orange, you bet. Just for the whatever of it. And then when other people come and join us, I'll make other trucks. And that way everyone can have a truck. Okay. Wingtip. Screws up snap grid points. You might not realize stuff is off for, well, then nothing lines up. I get you, Wingtip. Like I said, I'm trying. Here's what I'm attempting. I don't know that you noticed. I don't know when you've been on. Oops, not that one. So on this level, I'm not using any flooring whatsoever. None. You come off the pad, right? And the pad is just so that it's, you know what I mean? You don't get nothing here. I put a roof up in the ceiling, okay, so that none of the dirt is dropping on this portion of it so that it stays as flat as can be. I did a fairly decent job in here. I've been packing it and building it and using other dirt and whatnot to fill in holes and such. And I'm going to try to use this level as a whatever, like, you know what I mean, as a un natural level. Up top here is I do believe where you were working, Wingtip, was up in the first level here. And so I left that all, whatever was done, I left it alone in case somebody wants to come by. I'll put another loader in here, right? And then this one is flooring. You can tell by the lip, right, that this one's flooring. So this entire level is all flooring. No big deal. Leave it, right? And use it that way. And then where Kim is down there, that level is going to be all blocks. Because I find, like you say, you prefer blocks. Yeah, it screws up my bucket. My bucket gets caught in there when I'm using the loader. So, yeah, that's what I figured I'd do there. I don't know. And then up here is basically the pit mine. Why is that continuing to run? So this would be the pit mine, right? And then this mine will go on forever. Like, we'll dig all off to that road and then keep this line on the concrete going this direction. And then this thing will all be dug down. And I'm going to put in a dumping station over here, which is what I'm going to work on today. Actually, right now. And I'm going to put a dumping station right here. And then the conveyors will run back to the wash plant. Kim is using keyboard. I use a G920 wheel with a construction side panel. It means that part of my excavating is really good with the joystick, but then the other part of it's on the hat, and the hat part of it really messes up. I'll end up going sideways when I don't want to and other goofy garbage. I need to get 2 joysticks. Yeah. The hat, I'm not happy with the hat, which is why I don't do a lot of work with excavators. I'm not bad, like I said, with the joystick part of it. Yeah. When the joystick part's great. So those actions with the button is great. But then when I'm turning the excavator, I'll end up, when I'm trying to put the bucket out, all right, when I'm trying to extend the arm, I'll end up going sideways when I'm trying to extend the arm. Or when I'm trying to go sideways, I end up extending the arm because the hat is just not, the hat on the wheel is not the best. So what I need is a joystick over in my left hand, and then I already have the construction side panel on my right, and then I'll be 2 joysticks. And although, I mean, I did work an excavator, I did spend some time in one, I watched a guy, I did this to a gravel parking lot. We were at a trucking company, and they had an excavator at the trucking company for a short period of time because we were moving equipment around and whatnot. But anyway, so he jumps in, didn't have a toothed bucket. It was a straight bucket, okay, with a whatchamacallit, a cutting edge on it. But he scraped that parking lot, and I'll tell you, it almost, like, you could tell it was done by an excavator, but there wasn't, the usual, dips in the parking lot. This guy was good enough that he scraped it flat. Like, he was able to, anyone that works an excavator knows that as you're scraping, you have to raise the one arm to get it back, and then scrape, and then scrape. And it was flat. I looked at him and I just kind of, like, too bad we don't have a packer. I could almost make this look like you used a grater. And he just kind of smiled and walked away. Because, yeah, he knew he was good. And he was good at it. I was amazed. I was... I think... And then we're going to have to come up here and work on a road once I'm done this dumping station, Kim.
Okay.
But that'll give us some material. And that'll fill up the gravel, that needs to get done as well. But I need a truck. I was running, but it wasn't great. Yeah. Yes, it is, Sim. And a great amount of it as well. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Every time I come back in, that audio setting jumps. Okay, anyway, so, I mean, I like to hear the sound of the vehicle, but I don't want it to be overpowering. So I already told the story about this guy, Tiger, I used to work with. He could dig a trench. When I was doing water and sewer, he was our hoe operator with the company that I worked in. Well, it was, part of it was my company, part of it was a friend's company. But anyway, so Tiger, at the beginning of the day, we would be like, what's our grade? Where are we starting? Well, we're starting at 4 meters, you know, at the property line where the sewer is going to connect to the city. And what are we working up to? Well, our finished floor is this. And then we would discuss the percentage, the grade. And this guy would jump in the hoe, and he would start, and he would scrape. Like, I mean, anybody that's done water and sewer, shit needs to roll downhill, right? And he would do this grade where it was like, I put the level on it, and we're at a perfect, you know, a line on each side of the bubble. So one bubble over is just the wording we used, would be that bubble that's supposed to be in between the lines is over here on the left or right, whatever, the side of the one line. And that's one bubble over, or half a bubble or one bubble. And we would decide whether we want to be one bubble over or half. Now, you know, I mean, to me, the first 4 meters, 6 meter, whatever we're using for pipe, right? That first section, I totally get that a whole operator could sit up in his little control and you know what I mean, and dig that one. But this guy could keep each and every section of pipe at that one bubble over. And we used to laugh because it was like a joking challenge throughout the day as to whether he's going to be able to keep it at one bubble or not. Right? And yeah, he always kept it. He always was able to keep it at one bubble. One bubble over or half a bubble over, just depending on what we were doing. You know what I mean? That's just amazing, this guy. Like, amazing. I've never met another hoe operator. I don't mean they don't exist. I just mean, like, I've never met another hoe operator that was able to do that. I've never met one. Doesn't mean they don't exist. You see what I'm saying here? Like, I've never met one. So, just amazing. Amazing guy. And it's really a bummer what happened to him and whatnot, but it is what it is. He made so much money because he was so good that we had to pay him. I mean, that was not a question of paying this guy because you didn't have to redig. You didn't have to go back. You didn't, I mean, you know, see where I'm going with that, right? Like, there was no mistakes. So he was well worth the money. And because he was making that kind of money, he kind of became addicted to a bunch of substances. It's a bummer. But it is what it is. And we lost him at the age of 50. And I mean, I'm already 5 years beyond that. This was back in 2006, 2007 when I worked with Tiger. I only know him as Tiger. I don't know his real name. That was it. I only knew him as Tiger. I wasn't the one that paid him. Me and a buddy opened up 2 companies. I took care of parts and pieces, and he took care of the machinery. So it was... whatever you want to call it, symbiotic relationship, whatever. But yeah, he ended up another one that got addicted to a bunch of stuff. I don't blame him, but it is what it is. Okay, I need the shovel, I need the pick, I need the hammer, I don't need you. I can sell that. Yeah, I've known a lot of people that were friends of mine in teenage years, you know what I mean? And we would game together. I'm a huge board gamer, so we would game together. We would do, you know, all sorts of things and hang out and play D&D and dumb kids stuff and whatnot. And then they became tradesmen. And you're like, hey, congratulations, you know, you're an electrical whatever, you're a pipe fitter, you're a whatever, and they would go off and go work in the oil field. And then they would come back and the drugs would get to them. The opportunities for those drugs would be there, like nonstop. It was in Fort McMurray, it's rampant up there. The drug use is just like rampant. It's all over the place, and it's sad to see. On one side of things, I'm glad I got to see it because, well, other than smoking a bit of pot once in a while, I've never done anything else. Not that I'm a good boy or anything like that, but I stayed well away from. Yeah, it is. And the problem is, Golf Guy, is the doctors are prescribing the opiates. That's our current opiate crisis is not because of street drugs. It's because of doctors. And that's just, it's horrible to see. And it's horrible to see the aftermath of it. Guys losing their families. You know what I mean? And I don't blame the wives at all. You have to get rid of that guy because he's that guy. You know what I mean? He's not the husband that you married. He's that guy. And I don't blame the women whatsoever. Good on them for getting rid of the twit, right? I mean, you would sell your own children. I know, and I'm not saying it's all guys, because I know a couple women that would sell their own children just to get that next high, just to get that next, it's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Don't do drugs.
I never had a drug problem or a drinking problem.
Yeah.
My preferred substance has always been food. I love to eat.
So you're a big guy then, Kim. I know you've mentioned it, so.
I used to be a bigger guy, but I had to take a sleeve.
Gotcha. Okay. Mine was vodka. Oh, I cannot touch the stuff. Like, I just can't. I can have a beer, like, not a problem, and I can even go over to friends' places and have 2 beers. You know what I mean? And by the second beer, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. You know, I'm just not feeling like having another one. You know, not because it's this side of the other thing. I just don't feel like having another one. I don't have a really long explanation for you. I just don't feel like it. You know, I don't have any other way of saying that. Well, anyway. Yeah. Okay, what am I going to go with here? Big Hopper.
I'm done with drinking.
Yeah. Cracking down on paid meds like Oxycontin and, yeah. And, I mean, it's a bummer that we've gotten to a point where our pain meds are such that they had to use... I don't know what other... I have no other... whatchamacallit. I know there's a lot of people out there that need the paid meds. I'm not trying to say they don't. But it's a bummer that we use the substances that we use to make those pain meds is my, it's a bummer. I'm not saying we should stop. I'm not a medical guy. I'm not a medical professional, so I don't have the answers. It's just a bummer that, you know what I mean? The only thing they can prescribe to you is an Oxycontin or a Percocet or, you know, these other, I don't even know all the names of the drugs. I just know the stuff that a couple of folks that I know have gotten themselves hooked on. And then when the doctors in this country anyways, turned around and said, okay, we're not going to be giving you that anymore. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You've gotten them addicted to it. And now you're going to take it away from them like cold turkey. They took it away. So they started to resort to street drugs. I don't know. It's an issue. I don't have the solution, so I'm not going to sit here and say, you should do this and you should do that and point my finger. Far from. I
happened to a former friend of mine. He was in a car accident and they gave him too much oxycodone or something.
Oxycontin, yeah.
What they discovered later is that he had a gene flaw that made him he needed to have like 3 times the normal dose to get pain relief.
Oh, okay.
So when he didn't have oxycodone anymore. He bought Subutex on the street.
Yeah.
That's like synthetic heroin or
Yeah.
heroin.
Yeah.
Heroin.
Yeah. And the thing is, the main important is that he bought it off the street. You don't really know what you're getting on the street. That was one of the reasons I quit smoking pot. I had been smoking pot for quite a few years. I never really saw an issue with it. I think it's a choice. You do what you do. I don't really care because there's a lot of people that smoke pot that are functional. There's a lot of functional drunks out there too. And I wouldn't even call them drunks. They're functional drinkers. Like they drink, but they're functional, right? Like seriously functional, family functional, job functional. They have their drink and yeah, they get drunk to the point where they slur their words and I don't really want to be around them. Cause I've, sat after work and I've even known a few to drive home, when they shouldn't have. But functional. And then there's the non-functional. And I've yet to meet somebody that gets on street drugs, like above pot. Hey, Grave Reaper. I've yet to meet one that stays functional. Do you know what I mean? They might start out that way. Oh, I do just fine. It's a little this and it's a bump and it's, all their excuses. And then later on you come back or you meet them or you are around them and it does not go well. I've yet to meet one that went well. Not that I'm looking forward or trying to find one that goes well, but yeah. And I don't have a solution, so I'm not going to sit around and, point my finger and say you should do this or you should do that. I do not have a solution for that. I just don't. I don't know what the solution would be. I have no idea. Okay. Put you there. Now, this is going to have to get built up. This I want to take out. Okay. And then, yeah, that'll work. Let's put one more in there. How's Grave doing today? We had a guy that popped his first at clock-in and could never do it. Oh, wow. Yeah. Like I said, in the world, I've met functionals, right? Where truly they are functional individuals on their whatever. You know what I mean? But I've never seen it stay that way. When it comes to some pharmaceuticals, yes, absolutely. There are people that take, prescriptions all the time. And are very functional, and some of them need it to be functional. But I mean the street stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like when you start getting stuff off the street, I've never seen that go well in the long run. Never seen it. Okay, let's have an outward view here. We're getting there. We're getting there. A, B, C. 1S is dead. Oh, you're mad. Okay, you're made. I'm mad. Is dead. I think from a corrupt file. I'm shut. Old Xbox and wiped everything, all my FS. Oh, no, dude. Well, I'm doing real well, Grave. Sorry, dude. Sorry to hear that. I remember, Mr. Mao, how you doing? I remember when I was a kid and we played ColecoVision. My brother used to beat up the ColecoVision a lot. Like when he would die in the game, he would just like slam the controllers and I was constantly taking them apart. And then, of course, there's the arbitrary blow on the cartridge and give it a couple taps. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Mr. Mao. Yeah, hope you're feeling better, buddy. But you give the arbitrary tap on the cartridge and then put it back in and try to get it to work, or blow on it, or rub it on your shirt. I mean, there's all sorts of different things people said. But anyway, when when my brother used to beat that machine up, that's what kind of led me to want my own computer, because my brother couldn't use computers. He was like my dad that way. Smart guy and whatnot, but just not computer savvy, which is why I got into computers. That's one of the reasons why I got away from consoles. Because when a console...
short of a fuse.
Well, yeah, he did have too short of a fuse. Now, that was my brother. But what I mean is that he didn't even sit down to a computer. Like, he didn't even want to. He didn't want to have nothing to do with it. I'm like, oh, you want nothing to do with this? Okay, well, that's what I'm going to use then. You know what I mean? That was my thinking. Oh, okay. You don't want to have anything to do with this? Okay, great. I'm going to do this. But my other problem is that when a console goes, it's kind of hard to repair them. I mean, back in the day, way back in the day, it was almost impossible to repair those things. Like, not like a computer, I can take a part out. Graphics card goes. Oh, I can redo the graphics card. You know what I mean? Or my sound card goes, or my memory goes, or, a part or a piece goes, or the motherboard. Yeah, I mean, I can't repair a motherboard. You get some problem with your North Bridge, right? Or South Bridge. Yeah, you got an issue, and it's not going to get fixed. Not without taking it into somebody that can fix it, if it's even fixable. Most of the time, they just just buy a new motherboard and replace the motherboard. You know what I mean? And then send that back to a tech that can actually, put it onto a machine and figure out what's wrong with it and figure out whether they want to fix it or not. Anyway, yeah. Kind of why I got into computers, though. The whole thing is online, yeah. They make it that way. It's kind of like a car these days. They make them so you can't fix them. And you need computers and everything else to get it done. It's amazing how they've worked it so that backyard mechanics can't be backyard mechanics anymore. There. That'll be nice. Okay. Works for me. This got to be filled in.
How's your brother today?
He's just fine. Family. Lives out in Rupert. Prince Rupert. Out on the west coast. He works highway. I don't want to say maintenance because that doesn't sound right, but it's basically highway maintenance. So he takes care of the highways out there. In a Vanderhoof West, out to like Kitimat and Smithers and Prince Rupert, and there's a whole highway section out there. And he works for a company that's in charge of maintaining it, which means paving and all sorts of stuff because there's some country roads involved out there as well. No, he figured it out. He got rid of his short temper, you know what I mean? And we used to fight a lot as brothers. I mean, I learned how to fight from him. And it was usually kicking my ass that you know what I mean, is how I learned how to fight. Get my arse kicked. He was older than me, so he was bigger than me. And yeah, we used to train me, or not train me, or show me, or whatever he was doing. He said it was to train me because I was kind of a geeky kid, right? And he figured I was going to get my ass kicked a lot, and he wasn't wrong, but he wasn't right. I don't know how to. So what he did is we would put hockey helmets and hockey gloves on. We would beat the living piss out of each other, basically. My dad was not happy because he thought I was going to get injured, right? Because my brother was a big workout guy. Like, he worked out a lot, and you know, he had muscles. He was a fairly big boy, but he was also nuts. When he would fight, he was like a berserker. So it was a fairly unmatched fight when me and him would fight. But I don't think my dad ever knew that my brother sat me down and said, I'm going to show you how to fight, because if you don't know how to fight, and he equated it to, at the time I was playing a lot of chess, and he equated it to a chess match. And he said, well, you practice your chess. And I said, well, of course I do. He goes, well, you need to practice how to fight. I said, okay. So we put helmets on, and first time he ever hit me, he just knocked me right out. Like, boom, I was down. See ya. Bye-bye. But then I got used to it, right? I got used to getting punched, and I got used to getting hit, all the rest of that fun stuff. So later on, when I did get into a fight, I don't want to name the guy, because, well, I never laid charges. I never cared. There was a guy that didn't like me, which is fine. That happens in life. But he decided he was going to hit me, and he was a lot older than me. And he was bigger than me. And he hit me, and I didn't go down. I guess he was used to people going down. So he hits me again. And I looked at him, and I just kind of said, is that all you have, with a smirk on my face? Like, is that... And truly, I mean, that's the way I looked at it. Is that all you got? Like, really? I thought you were bigger than that. You know what I mean? That was the expression on my face. And yeah. Your brother hit you with his car. Really? My brother's only 18 months. So that was no big deal for me. You know what I mean? That was an easy difference or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that was 6.5 years. Boy, yeah, that would be. Okay, now you need to come out. $18 years. Wow. Yeah, no, I got 18 months. So we went through a lot of things together, kind of. You know what I mean? Like that sort of scenario where we were not that far apart. Of course, my brother was really pissed off when we went out to my uncle's place and I could reach the pedals on the truck and he couldn't. I'm sorry, I still snicker about that. Because he had to go load bales, right? Like by hand, and I got to drive the truck. So, but also, I think there was some conversation between my dad and my uncle because my dad knew that I would never last hucking bales in a barn. I wouldn't survive that. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't happen kind of deal. It's just. Okay. So let's get. Must be pollen out today. My eyes are leaking. Laying concrete is so sad. Yeah, I would say you were a little late if there's 18 years, but I mean, hey, no big deal. There's other families where there's that many years between siblings, so it's not like it's unheard of or anything, dude. Okay. So let's put you back. Let's put another one on you. Let's put another one on you. Okay, so we're right out. Okay, good. That's where I want to be. Whoops, baby. Well, we weren't really planning on you. Well, thanks, Dad.
Yeah, my dad told me that once. You're an accident, Kim.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, gee, thanks. That's nice.
Yeah, yeah. Nice to hear.
I don't care. I'm happy to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm more of a thanks for having me. I'm adopted, so whether I was a whoops baby or not, my parents gave me up. So I would kind of call myself a whoops baby if you gave me up. You know what I mean? But at least I was given up and carried full term rather than the other option, which I'm kind of glad I wasn't.
Did you ever discover your biological mother?
Nope. I, long time ago, figured out that I didn't want to know. You gave me up, right? And then my adopted mother was there for, you know, all of my stuff, all of my skin knees, all of my rest of that, right? Like all that was, you know, my adopted mom. So I got no real zest to find out, you know what I mean, anything about the other. Nothing against her. No bad feelings or nothing. Just don't. You could run into some huge issues with power plays and everything because you're the firstborn son. If there's another son in the mix, right? And I would be the firstborn son, and they would be now second. There might be other issues in there. You know what I mean? Like, it was, yeah. Or you could run into a family that's just a freaking nightmare. Or you could run into an awesome family that was really great and fantastic and wonderful to know. You know what I mean? That's.
Don't know what to say.
My mom asked me a bunch of times, and I'm like, no, you're my mom. You know, they gave me up. It's all good. They did it for a reason. I don't care about the reason. You know, like it doesn't really matter. I guess if it mattered, because that's another subject that would probably come up. I'm really sorry I gave you up and blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, I just don't want to hear it. If you wanted to keep me, you would have kept me. You didn't want to keep me, so you didn't keep me. No big deal. Right? So I thought if there's medicine to be given there, like if they deserve anything, then silence, not knowing what happened to me, right, would be the best medicine. Just, you know what I mean? Sometimes silence can speak volumes, like huge volumes. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know whether folks would understand that or not. But yeah, sometimes silence can like shout huge in people's ears. So I thought that was, if there's payback, then what I'm going to do, Mao, is Kim brought up a really good question. He wanted me to extend the road, make it bigger, make it flatter, so that when we're traveling from the pit mine end of things over to the wash plant, because I really don't want to make 2 wash plants. Excuse me. So he didn't want to travel this road, which I totally get. We've been talking about it a couple of times about flattening this road out. Now, if I'm correct, I extended the blocks all the way out here, right? And then those blocks are the exact same height as the other side of this little valley, this little dip. So in theory, I could make a concrete road straight across. I'll be honest, I didn't really want to do that. I'll be really blatantly honest. I really like the asphalt road, but I totally get driving this big behemoth, you know, across this, slow down to go up the hill, turn around after dumping, come back, slow down to go up this hill. It's a hassle. So I'm going to put a dumping station in here, right? And we're going to dump in these, okay? And then conveyor belts will take it over to the wash plant. Like I said, I don't want to build 2 wash plants. I'm done. I don't want to do that. Wash plants in this are not small. That wash plant will hold and handle this material. No problem. No issue whatsoever. It'll handle it. So all I got to do is basically get it figured out. So that's what I'm working on, bud. I have. They are not a grader. Don't think grader. Think dirt deleter. Okay? Because I've run a grader, and I had nothing but troubles the first time I ran a grader. Like, nothing but trouble. Because I didn't understand that it was a dirt deleter rather than a grader. Same thing as the big cat. Okay? The big cat is not a dirt pusher, but it will push more dirt than the grader. Okay? The blade on this will push dirt. It will do it. But that is a dirt deleter, not a dirt pusher. I am used to a grader being a dirt pusher. And when I first jumped in one, that's the way I treated it. That is not the way to treat that. That's not how that works. Yeah, and if you think of it that way, you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. So what you'll do is you'll adjust your controls, right? So that you're X above the dirt, but you're deleting it as you go rather than, and you still have to adjust your side-to-side grader or whatchamacallit, dozer or grader. Either one, doesn't matter. I'm really hoping they put buggies in this, which would be the earth movers. We call them buggies, but they're earth movers. I need 16 of these, I think. Okay, I need another 16. Okay. There we go. Okay, now you can get covered. 3, 4. And then I'll fill that in with blocks. Okay, power. You guys. Actually. That didn't need to be that thick. It's just a power tunnel. Let's see if I can run it off one circuit. I should be able to. Got an axe on me? Yes, I do. Okay. That should be enough room. Should go one up. Oh, missed it. Missed it by that much. Okay. That'll work. Ah, too close. Hang on. I goofed. Easiest way to fix that. That's better. Okay. Buildings, factory, power. These guys. What did they add? What got added? Something got added. Did they add fuel? How many pylons? I got 16 pylons. Maybe they added fuel. Yeah, because this 10 used to be there, so I think they added fuel to the in a patch. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Cool. 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go 8 lights. Okay. I need 2 of you guys. 2 there. There you are. Come on. Far away? Yeah, far away. That works. Okay. I didn't bring any with me. Alrighty. Bomber. Building, steel. Let's go 4 of those. I have all this back at the house, but I don't feel like jumping all the way back there. Railings and stairways. Okay, how are we gonna... Let's go up on this one, maybe. Turn you on. And I'm gonna need... That was 4. Let's go 4. There. Yeah, there's one more up. Yeah. Oops. That worked. Or did it? Okay. Turn you on. Okay, let's get rid of that stuff. It's just bogging down my inventory. Okay. And same with you. Okay. Put you back up. There. And power is up. Let's go steel. Let's go 1 floor, 3 stairways. Floor. And yeah. Hmm. Yep, there must be some pollen in the air. Okay. Sell the bumpers. And let's put 1, 2, 3, 4. Building steel.
Have you always been allergic to pollen?
Pollen? It seems to come and go with me. I mean, there was a time when I worked around animals in barns, like a lot. You know what I mean? And it was no big deal, and it was, you know what I mean, didn't affect me at all, really. And then I went back and I started hauling hay at one point in time. and nothing but sneezing. And I'm like, oh, what the heck? Oh, thanks, Sim. Golf. No, I'm not running any mods in this at this time. Okay.
The reason I'm asking is because yesterday I woke up with a stuffy nose.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, oh no, don't tell me I have a cold again.
Ah.
But it's only the nose.
Okay.
That's very strange.
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, there was a time where I worked. Oh, not free building.
What I'm asking is, can you develop allergies when you get older?
I don't know. I think for me, some years are really bad. I don't know whether it's like my immune system or whether it's some other factor. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
Owl.
Okay, so it's 2. Let's go there. And it's there. And we'll go on you. Right. And then left. I need more lefts. There's left. Let's get a bunch. Left. Okay. Hey, Grave. Yeah, I get. Okay, so Sims, yeah, you can develop allergies at any age. Except for me, I've sometimes I can be, bad. Some years are worse than others. Like I don't have an explanation. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a good explanation for you as to why. One there. Then we want to go down. Okay, that one or this one. Let's go there. We're going to go into the dirt. Yes, we are. So let's go that one and that one. That one and that one. That one. Let's go straight. Oh. Straights. Offsets. Straight forward. Get a bunch. Spare no expense. There. Okay. Not gonna work. The mods
Guess
are
what movie?
Hmm.
Guess what movie I thought of when you said spare no expense?
Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
No doubt. Okay, and then we'll go up. Okay. Yeah, John Hammond. Wow, I don't know what the real actor's name was. That was the character. We now want to go up. Down, and we're going to go up and up. Ooh, that's way too quick. There. Oops. There. Now, what level do I want to be at? Let's go find that out.
Have you ever tried a neti pot?
I've heard of them. I've never tried one.
I have. Suck.
Wife has one. She tried to get me to use it once. I was like, no. Okay, so these are going to come in underneath. So now we need to go back to... I probably don't need you. 2% side. I need blocks, you. Um, okay, and then we're going to bring it in. Not absolutely sure how we're going to bring it in, but we're going to bring it in. I got to go down. Okay. So come in under that one. Perfect. That came out well. Oops. Can I get up there now? Yeah. That worked out really well. Okay. Shovel, 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 shovel. Down a little bit. Up. It looks cute. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now. I think my eyes are going to be going all day here. One of our PMs was sick today at work. Uh-oh. One of your PMs. I'm trying to remember what you do for work. I don't know that you ever told me. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Now, how to do this? Project manager. Okay, office manager for 2 construction companies. Okay, cool. Cool, dude. So you know exactly what I mean when I say I ran a construction company. But it was the 2 of us, and he ran the equipment, and I did the parts. So I would pour over blueprints, right? Make up parts lists, and submit that, and then together we would make a bid on the whatchamacallit. Our biggest project was we call them superstores up here. It's a food store for Western grocers, and they're called Superstore. That's the brand name or whatever. I can't remember the total cost of the project. But I do believe the total bid was at about 1.2, 1.3 million. So that was our biggest contract. And out of that, yeah, I mean, I made good paychecks. So no arguments. And then the crash, and then a whole bunch of fun stuff happened when 2008 hit. That was, that was good times. Yeah, we'll go with that. Good times. There was a short period there where I was getting fined $16,000 a week due to unable to complete the project because I was unable to get concrete. So I couldn't finish the bottom of the manholes. What a cluster. Fun times, man. I was really glad I opened a limited company, and so I shut the company. And told them as soon as I can get concrete, I'll give you my word that I will come by and I will fix the tail end of that contract. But I can't get concrete, right? So I can either shut off my company and basically screw you, right? Because you're screwed. The way I looked at it was you're screwing me. Because I can't get concrete right now. We had an aggregate strike on at the time, right when the financial disaster hit. 2007, we had an aggregate strike in Alberta, meaning nobody could get asphalt or concrete. And the only people that could was from basically from the stores of like the stored up stuff in the concrete companies, in the aggregate companies and whatnot. That's all that they could get because nobody was hauling aggregate. There was a strike going on. Or a walkout, or whatever the official term was. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me what the official term was. Officially, it screwed a bunch of us. Officially. Well, anyway, so I closed my company at a fairly decent loss because I was never able to get the contract for that current one. Anyways, it wasn't we got paid for the 1.2, but that chewed through my money really quickly. The partner that I had started to not pay his bills, right? And he hid both of the hose that he had on lease. He hid them both on a chunk of property outside of town. There was a big lawyer-filled, police-filled mess over that. And the relationship fell apart really quick after that. Like that was, no holds barred. That was real quick after that.
Why did he hide them?
Because he couldn't make the payments.
Oh.
Right. And if you can't make the payments on what you're doing, right? I mean, I don't agree with hiding it. I figured we should, you know, like restart, right? Was my thinking. Let's, you know, consolidate, restart, and we'll get, you know what I mean? We'll go again. You know, let's tie up loose ends. We both would have had money at the end, is my point. FS22 World Save. Yay! We both would have had money. Like, to be brutally honest, we both would have had money at the end of it all. Okay, so it's not like we wouldn't have had... I can go 2 spaces ahead. So let's go 2 spaces ahead. So I don't see why he pulled what he did. I think by that time, the drugs were kind of getting to his head as well. And so he didn't want to lose any of the money. Was, I think...
this was Tiger?
No. Tiger was just a hoe operator for us. I'm trying not to name the guy. You know what I mean? It's all bad tidings and whatnot. And I don't want to call him out. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. What he didn't do. It's now all in the past. So I'm okay. You know what I mean? I went on and worked in the oil field for many years after that. You know what I mean? And made decent money. I did a really, really hard job. I made decent money. And I have no complaints. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, you know, life is perfect and we don't have bills. Well, yeah, I never made it rich. You might think doing $1 million contracts, but when you're talking about the amount of parts and pieces we needed for that contract, I believe the total parts cost came in at 600, was it 420? I think, and then the employee costs, the dirt, the aggregate, the everything else we needed for that contract. I didn't walk away with $1.2 million in my pocket. I don't think so. I think I might have, for a year's worth of work, from blueprints, figuring it out, making the bid, putting the bid in, all of the work that you did. Because when you own a construction, it's not like you're paying a wage. Like, it's not like you're punching a clock in the morning and getting a wage. You get money from the contracts that you complete, right? And that's it. You're the, you know what I mean, chief bottle washer, right? You don't, there is nobody paying you, right? You're the guy. Well, anyway, from start to finish, I do believe it was a year, or close enough to. It was a season and a bit, right? So construction season up here shuts down for about 4 months, 3 months in the winter because you just can't dig. Right, the ground is just too hard. You just can't dig. You're not making it anywhere. And hang on, I need a deuce. So I think all told, for a year's worth of work, I might have pulled 120, maybe, on that contract. Okay, this should all work. I'm thinking, anyways. Now, I am wondering what happened to the power.
I heard a really funny saying in a American TV show
What?
about Montana, and Edmonton is like straight north from Montana, isn't it?
Yep, yeah.
So the oh, what's it called? You know, summer, spring. What's it called?
Spring, summer, winter, fall seasons.
Yeah, Montana only has 3 seasons: July, August, and winter.
Okay.
How many months of when does the first snow start, and when does it go away in where you live?
Depends on the year. I might have to make 2 of these. My grid load might be too high. Depends on the year. Depends on the season. I've seen snowfall here as late as June. May could be common for May. So why do you go to 26 in a unit load? And you're only at 768. That's really weird. So 3,400.
It's been some years now since it has snowed in May, but it has happened.
It has happened. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's common. April, common. We had snow. I can go out to my balcony and there's still snow on the shadowy side that gets no sun. There's still snow sitting there on my balcony. I went out last night and did some burgers up for me and the kids and whatnot. And yeah, there's still snow out there. So, 34.
Thank God for global warming.
Yeah, no doubt. 34.46. 34.88. 35.30. 35.72. Okay, I can't push it anymore. You live in Florida. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. The kids just finished coming up. They were in New Mexico. They decided to go take the family and go down to, whatchamacallit, for the winter. They decided to snowbird. My daughter-in-law's online business is doing really good. So they were able to take off. And my stepson or son, he needed a bit of time off. He's going to have some surgery. He's got a hernia operation he's got to go in for. All right, so they decided to take, well, it's not good, but yeah. So they decided to pack up the camper, pack up the kids, and they went down to the States. They traveled a lot of it, did the snowbird thing. We call it the snowbird thing, everybody. When the snow starts to fall up here in Canada, people head south for the winter. Well, he's got a 10, and you know what I mean? He's coming back up, and he gets up here, and the nights are still so cold that he's just not acclimatized to it, like at all. Like not acclimatized to it whatsoever. And I thought it was just hilarious. I really did. I'm sorry. I thought it was funny. Yeah. The the look on his face, you know what I mean, when we're sitting out at the fire last night, and I'm comfortable. I was in I call it a work jacket. It's a really thin thing. It's like a flannel shirt with a little extra padding in it. I call it a work jacket. It's like up here you layer, right? Because you have to layer it out. Because if you don't, you're gonna start sweating. So, anyways, I had just that, and a t-shirt on, and he's all bundled up in a jacket and a coat, and he's looking at me like, I could tell he was getting cold around the fire, and I was enjoying it. I was enjoying just sitting there by the fire. I thought it was great because I haven't, we love campfires and whatnot. I haven't been around one for a little bit. So, yeah, it was
Same here. I love sitting by a fire.
No doubt. Okay, 35.72. I'm going to have to stop this conveyor there. That's a bummer. Which means now I need a hopper. Work conveyors. Nope, one hopper. I need power. One power module. Okay. Let's put you in. Where that hopper is. One hopper. Shoot. Knock you out. Yeah, no, Sim. I mean, yeah, okay. there is a large amount of people that go to places like Phoenix. But I know a lot of snowbirds that go to Florida, you know, to all the different warm southerly states, Texas, New Mexico, a lot. Any one of the kids ended up in New Mexico. You know, that's just where they ended up. You know, no big whatever about it. Just that's where they ended up. So, yeah, snowbird. I mean, 6 one half done's the other. You might be correct that a lot of snowbirds do end up in Phoenix, but not like that's the only place they go. Or even the word usually. I can't agree with that. It's not a usually. A lot of them do. I know a cousin of mine that goes to Phoenix every day or every year. They have a golf course they go to down there, and they end up golfing in Phoenix a lot. I think a lot of Canadians go to Phoenix because they were sold, you know, timeshare type situations in Phoenix because there was a big push a long time ago, you know, buy whatever in Phoenix. Your population doubles in the winter. Yeah, there you go. And that's, yeah. From northwestern part, go to Phoenix. Okay. See, and I like I said, I know people up here, and I'm from the Northwest, you know what I mean? And yeah, they go all over the place, dude. It's not just Phoenix. Not by a long shot. Okay. Now, this needs to
I wish I had the money to fly south every winter.
yeah, no doubt.
Didn't really mind the winters when I was younger, but now I feel it. It's cold on the joints.
Yeah. We
And
almost.
I'm only 40, so it's not gonna get any better.
Yeah. Wait for another 15 years.
Yep.
It doesn't get any better. Okay. So we're gonna bring that up. This is exactly why I parked my save. I refuse to split long runs up with hoppers and chutes. Putting down separate power systems, screw that. Dropping from conveyor to another. Oh, really? You drop? Oh, okay. Gotcha. See, and I got no choice. This set of converters is about to hit the grid load. You can't get any more than 3,600 out of your, whatchamacallit. So, I get you, man. I get you. Maybe they'll up the grid load. But in order for me to, I could do one set of conveyors out of there. All the way down. And I'm contemplating it. Doing this little setup on the far end. But I wanted storage in the form of conveyor belts being the storage, right? So that when it comes out of the dumping pit, these two belts will fill up with, if I get multiple people dumping with a truck, right? So, yeah, I get it, though. Yeah, I'm going to lose some product. I get it. When I dump from one to another. Yeah. Oh, well. Not much I can do about it. Because I still want to play the game, dude. Get some dinner and hit the hay. Yeah, you bet, Golf. You have yourself a wonderful night, man. We'll talk to you on another day. Thanks, Golf. You're awesome. Okay. And then that conveyor. Oops. Yeah, I mean, Wing, if I didn't really want to play the game, I see your point. I think I might have parked my save as well, but I really want to play the game. So I'm going to put up with a bit of lost material. I'm going to unfortunately put up with the fact that I can't at some point in time, what I'm hoping for, and I might make an official, letter to the whatever on their Discord and come up with dropping an idea that you can add, in mid whatever, right? Somewhere in, say, this right here or down where those power connectors are underneath the conveyor, right? Because they all come with this. They all come with the power connector and the motor. Somewhere in here, I should be able to put a power module and add more power to the system. Meaning I'm not overloading the 3600 on the power pylon. The power pylons are still the same, but I'm adding another to the conveyor belt. Because conveyor belts run really, really, really long distances in pits. I mean, I know this looks like an extreme distance, but there are a couple of pits out there that run really, really, really long belts. I know an aggregate company west and north of Edmonton. It's the Villeneuve pit, which is a little town outside of Edmonton. And you dump way over here off the highway, right? There's a little turnoff off the highway. And then those belts run under the highway and then up and down the highway for a quarter of a mile. And then they go up into the storage area of the aggregate company that's there. And they make concrete and such. Like they... the big trucks, the concrete powder and stuff, those trucks leave the main facility, the main plant, and the aggregate guys dump over here. That way you don't have the two trucks messing with each other. And then those belts can be adjusted, moved. I mean, I should get a picture of it for everybody. It's a really neat looking aggregate pit. Run around, turning everything on and off. I don't turn anything on anymore. Like once I started everything up, right? I don't, like when I save the game. I'll help you on. Yeah, well, anytime you want to join us, dude. Yeah, no problem. No issues, buddy. I get it. I do. I get it. Like I said, though, if I didn't want to play the game so much and so badly, I think I'd be in the same position. I think I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to let this one sit and percolate, and I'm going to go back to, non-beta, kind of deal, right? I might do the same thing, but I might be in the same boat. But I really wanted to play it, so I continue to go. All right. Then we're going to go... up. go up far enough, fast enough? Up, 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 up quick. Maybe up fast enough. Turbines and with gens. You burn through your feet. Yeah, well, that's why I went with turbines, dude. That's why I dotted my map with turbines. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it's definitely a littering the landscape. I can take it all down and it'll disappear. If I ever want to get rid of all the turbines, they will literally disappear from the landscape and not be there anymore. Because I haven't dug any really big holes underneath any of them. Up 4, down, up 8x6. Where do I have that? Down, down, down. Straight, left, hopper. Straight. Merger, don't need you. Straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Left, left. I don't have it. Oh, okay. Conveyors, up. Up 8x6. Let's get a couple. It seemed to be out. Okay, up 8x6. That's the one. Okay. Then you know what? Let's just go straight in.
I wonder what will happen to this mine the day they add structural integrity.
I don't know whether they're going to or not. I have no idea. Some games never add it, dude. I mean,
if the whole thing is going to collapse.
Well, no, but I mean, Satisfactory never added structural integrity to their game. It's never been there. 7 Days to Die was there right from the beginning. Like right from the first day. So to me, I could be wrong on my assumption because I am assuming. Games that don't have it at day one oftentimes won't have it down the road because they just don't want to mess with it. You know what I mean? And then players will sometimes get mad at gaming companies that all of a sudden add something as big as structural integrity. Because structural integrity, that's not a small thing. That's like when you're talking about a building game. You know what I mean? Structural integrity is not a small item. That's like huge. That's like game breaking. You know what I mean? Like, or not game breaking, but whether I want to play your game or not, if you start adding structural integrity into it, I might stop playing your game because of that. And that's like a no ifs, ands, or buts, or maybes about it. There are a lot of people that don't like structural integrity. I get it. I can either do with it or without it, but I'll be honest, if I start a game and you all of a sudden bring structural integrity into it, yeah, I'm not going to be very impressed. Because my whole building thinking is around it not being there. You know, to start, like it's not there. And yeah, you'd probably piss me off if you start putting that into your game all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like that's...
Yep. How's it going up there?
It's going good. I'm just building. Christopher! How you doing, bud? Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing? How's Code doing tonight, man? How was your... I believe you were doing... oh, what the heck were you doing? Hang on. Was it you? I slid by a bunch of people before I started streaming. Okay, what were you playing? I don't have that. There's a command that you can use. Get around the new stuff. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Basically the same thing. I'm getting my head around the new stuff. Yeah, actually, I don't like that. The dirt looked better. Okay. So now it was a right. Up 8x6. Oh, 8x6. Up 8x6. Oh, and then... Oh. Go. No. No. So under your production, there's the wash plant and the sluice box. Okay, and they do have the same sort of job. Okay, but the sluice box will hold on to gold, diamond, ruby, silicone and let the dirt through, whereas the wash plant will let everything through. So for myself, in this plant, I didn't want... Hang on, let me get that out of there. I didn't want to have to go down into the plant to go chase my material. Okay. So for me, I didn't want to have to come down here to go chase anything. That was my thinking. Like, I didn't want to have to come down here. So that's why I'm using wash plants instead of sluice boxes. So the difference being, I now have to, after my wash plants, I have to trommel it again to get the dirt out, so that the dirt will go here into a sell point, right? So that the dirt will come out there. The rest of the material goes on, right, into the next and the next and the next, right? So, yeah, like, does that answer it? So if you don't mind running down into your plant, and like Wingtip was mentioning, Splitting 2 did some... well, pretty extreme testing of this system. And anytime you drop stuff down into another, you lose some product. Okay, so anytime you use like a funnel down into another hopper, right, from basically one system to another, you lose product. I kind of knew that was what happened. Kind of. Wasn't absolutely sure, but now I am. Wingtip confirmed it. So anytime you're doing this, where you're bringing one conveyor belt in and you're using a funnel to go drop down onto another. Now I'm just guessing here, that in your production, if you let everything go through, you're going to lose some product because you have to use a chute and drop it onto another hopper. I'm guessing the one that keeps it, you'll probably keep more product. Not absolutely sure. I've started with the wash plant. Okay. And I'm getting pay dirt dropped on both silos, and the pay dirt should be getting washed. Yes, it should. It should. Once it goes through either a sluice box or a wash plant, you should not be getting pay dirt on the other side of it. At all. You shouldn't. I think where Kim's digging downstairs right now, which means I should be getting some coal, some ores. This would be, that was the sluice box. See, he's not getting any pay dirt. Down where he is, he's down in the whatchamacallit. And then my gravel guys, this is where the gravel goes into. Neither one of them are working because I'm loading 2 gravel storages down on the far end because I want to be able to make whatchamacallit later on. So all of my gravel is going into, and this kind of goes against my, I don't want to come down here to have to look in a storage, but all my gravel's going into 2 storages. And then once those storages fill up, they will continue down into the froth floater. I have to say that slowly. I can't go froth floater, froth, whatever. You know what I mean? I can't do that fast. So before my froth floater system starts to work and I get tailings in that and down into a sail pit, right? Once the tailings fills up, it starts to sell. I don't know whether we need the tail. I don't think we do. I truly I don't. But I'm just figured I'd keep a storage of it around, just in case. I don't know. We do something with the tailings later on. And once the storage fills up, it's like these gravel storages. I just put them together with the guys. Yeah, I put mine this way. So in this system, right? You get the whatchamacallit. Let me go through it with you here. So, it starts out with coal screens. Okay. And these first 2 hoppers and these first 4, because I got 4 lines coming out. So these 2 and those 2 are the coal screen. So the coal screen drops, right? Your first get coal out of the system. It is a tutorial that Split Into Gaming put out, right? Where he said get rid of the coal first. I totally agree. No arguments whatsoever. The next 2 are the whatchamacallit, the trommel, right? So the coal screen, then the trommel will feed back into these 2 sets and into these 2 hoppers, right? And that will be everything out of the trommel. And of course, the back end of a trommel, right, is everything but crushed rock, blasted rock comes out of the trommel. Okay. That goes on and, of course, makes gravel through the crushers, right? And then goes into the gravel, and then that continues on down the line into the froth floaters. But for this end of things, once the trommel drops any of the specialty ores and the pay dirt, right, that comes out into, or sorry, it just drops pay dirt, but that comes into the wash plant. The wash plant has to go back through another trommel because I want to separate the dirt out now. And of course, all the specialty ores go on and go up into my storages. After the dirt on the back end of the trommel just goes into a cell facility. That's it. I think that kind of covers it. I hope it covers it for you. I got stairs on me. I need a set of stairs. There. My whole why I wanted and why I did things a certain way was that I wanted everything to come up into these storages right here. Now I should have been thinking, and I should have put the storages right where the cursor is, over there, and lined them up so that they were next to my production building rather than being on this side. Well, hey, whatever. Because I could have built, when I built the plant, I could have made it go to the right instead of the left. You know what I mean? So I could have gone and wrapped around this concrete, and I could have come up over there. Whatever. I don't think it would have made it. I think I would have been crushed and pressed for room. I think I would have been screwed that way. So anyways, yeah, I mean, everything comes up into these 8 storages, and that's kind of why I did it the way I did it. So the first 2 are the coal, right? Which Kim's down there digging right now in the crushed rock, or in the blasted rock. So of course I'm getting coal out of there because we got a coal vein. The next 2 that come up will be back end of the trommel. Which is not a lot coming up. The next 2 are the pay dirt. Oh, sorry, the first 2 are the shaker screen. I'm sorry. Yeah, the first 2 are the shaker screen. All right. And each 2 coming out of the 4 goes into, like, the 4 lines get condensed down to 2 lines. So 4 lines coming out into 2 lines of coal. 4 lines coming out into 2 lines of pay dirt. 4 lines coming out into 2 lines of anything coming out of the back end of the shaker screen. And then the last 2, which don't have nothing. This is the gravel going through the froth floater. So that's how I separated my stuff up. So when you dump, if I put my spacer right, you basically fill up all 4 of these. But this one is going to get filled up with stuff that Kim is digging way down below. And then what I'm working on right now is going to be coming from this other dump site way over there, where the pit mine is. So we're putting basically a pit mine in over there. And that's going to come up through this line and get fed into, because his stuff is coming up through this conveyor system, I'm going to put the other pit mine into this other conveyor. I can make it start on the big one. Yeah, totally, dude. In order to build all this, I had to sell everything. Meaning all of the lithium and aluminum and copper and all of that stuff that I had been making, it all had to get sold so that I could build the first part of this system. I'm running maintenance on this build because I want to check it out. I'm crazy, I guess, because I want to check that portion out. But I've gotten caught back up again. But what I did was, in my facility over here, I made it so that when I mix everything down, when I do all of my ores into ingots and all the rest of that downstairs, right, all the ingots get made. And then upstairs is the production facility, okay, where I've got a whole lot of CNC machines. And what I'm doing is I'm making all of the electronic parts. Okay, so everything had to be sold so that I could make the plant. I could make the production facility, the plant. I could make it all. It all had to get sold. I had been doing that from the beginning. So yeah, make your money, right? Do a small plant, which is what I did. When we started, and I still haven't taken it down, so you can still see it in the background over here. Yeah, way down there. Kim started on a whatchamacallit, way down there. And he dug a hole, and he's got a little production plant going, and we fed off of that, which was a very simple system pre-beta. That's a very simple system down there. And we fed off of that. Big win, Jenny. Oh, okay. I mean, hey. What? Go ahead.
How much will you get if you go down and break it all up and sell it?
I'm going to leave that down there actually as I don't know, whatever.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. I don't know. Like that's part of where we started this mine. You know what I mean? That's part of it. I had an exact same system up here, and my only choice in wind, only choice error, was that I'm running day-night cycle and I'm running weather. And the whole time I put up a wind generator to start, and I put up a solar generator to start. And I didn't really notice the solar generator shut off, but I was thinking when I added weather effects, because I was thinking of adding weather, I wasn't sure whether the solar was going to take that into account. I play other games where your solar power shuts down at night. You know what I mean? And one of them is, it's not terraforming. Occupy Mars is one where I have a huge solar array. Yeah, great. While the sun is up, yeah, it's awesome. But as soon as the sun goes down, most of my facility shuts down. And I've got just enough power for basically life support, which is the way I split up my... Also, if you're going to make a big plant, another idea for you is that when I built this system, I got very, very confused very quickly. So I started to label my wind generators with just a couple of walls, and then I colored it. And then my pylons are different colors. Okay, so all the pylons come in at different colors. And so I know which circuits my pylons are on, so that I can separate them. It's no big deal when that's your only circuit, right? But when you've got multiple circuits running, I got purple generators, I got blue generators, you know what I mean? I started to do different colors on my little poles. Okay, and I started to separate my different power circuits up between what I needed. Because, dude, here, fine. These two, no big deal. Like, really, no big deal, because I know where these two go, right? They go to one place, it's to feed the jennies that are underneath here, okay, but that's it. And I know where they go. It's no big deal, right? Some of these ones out here, no big deal. I know where they go. The one far side of the whole system, because I'm running really long belts and whatnot, I've got a few generators off that direction. I didn't even color them because I know exactly where they go. That one runs the asphalt plant. These two run the stuff downstairs that's a level up from... I have 3 levels down there, right? So this is level 1, level 2. That one way off in the distance is where Kim is working right now. That's level 3. And then these two run all of these belts that are coming off of the new system I'm putting in, so that I can handle basically where we're making the pit mine, right? And although that level will never change, right? That pit mine, I do actually plan that pit mine will go down. We will eventually have a really big hole in the ground, and that will eventually get all dug out and such over there. But it's all, how much we get done is how many people come and play with us and all the rest of it, and how many people I get, and all the rest of it. I'm not really out actively recruiting or anything. I'm just any of my friends that grab the game and want to come play. Hey, great, fantastic, come play. You know what I mean? And some get busy, and we're all old farts and all the rest of that, and whatever. But when we actually dig all the way down, it's going to look really neat, personally. You know what I mean? Right, that's a left. So yeah, that's what I'm putting in right now. That's the system I'm... But, like I said, and Wingtip pointed this out, anytime this set of conveyors is at 3572, you can only go to 36. That's it. That's all. That's all you got. You know what I mean? It's 3600. So you have to stop and switch onto a totally new system, right? Using hopper, chute, all the rest of that fun stuff, right? And you lose material. And yeah, Split in Two Gaming did research on this, and they did some testing, and you lose material. I find I get so much material when I've got even just 3 of us working, which is currently what I have, 3 to 4. if Wing was to jump on with both me and Kim and Mao, I would have 4 people working in here, which would mean 2 guys on loaders, 1 guy in a dump truck, maybe 3 guys on loaders, 2 guys downstairs bringing material up on this one. You know what I mean? But I can only, as I understand it, right, I can handle more when I'm looking at these conveyors, right? I'm only at 300%. If I'm correct, I can fill these conveyors up. Okay, so 1 guy working downstairs doesn't stress these converters out or these conveyors out at all. And so as long as I split them up going up the line, I can have 1 guys working downstairs, and I'm thinking I can have 2 to 3, and then I can have guys working out on the pit mine, and I actually think I can handle 3 trucks out there. I think 3 trucks, maybe 2 to 3, because of the way I've got it working coming up here. I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't know whether I'll get any bigger than that. I have no idea. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how this is all going to work out for me. Anyway, that's my spiel for the day, dude. Okay. So you're at 2,700. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Actually, everybody, I'm going to take a short commercial break and grab my coffee mug is empty. I'm going to grab a travel mug, and I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Buddy, I'm back. Okay. So yeah, any other questions, Error? And anyone else for that matter? Any other questions? I'll get back to this business of mining here. Okay. So we need to white paint, first of all. Couple. We're gonna need, if we do it the same, we're gonna need that there. I need up 4x4. Turn in any corners. Okay, we're gonna need a way. I gotta buy a hopper. Need a hopper. there. Not taking the left anytime soon. So end you. Pop you out. Out for the night. You have a good time. You have a good night. I hope you get your Xbox all in order there, dude. It's a bummer. Take bear hopper upstairs. Hopper. Treasure. I gotta keep myself organized. There's a lot of parts and pieces here. Okay. I'm gonna go hopper here. And then upright in. Grid load, unit load. Why can't I get a grid load on that? 2768. That was close. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we gotta knock you out. Do I have a floor? No, I don't. Building, steel. One will do. We can probably knock you out. Just go straight. You to you. Work. Well, yeah, but let's go there. My buried fuel tank idea did not work. Knock that out while I'm in here doing stuff. And then we want to go there. Here. White on this. Building. Fucking white. Okay, there. So the white circuit's done. We got everything all in. I should go get handrails. Looking all professional and safety-ish. Okay, I need a deuce. Straight 4. Straight deuce. Going to lurk and get some lunch. Not a problem, error. Left 2. I need a hop. Not a hopper, but a. There's shoot. Shoot! I need a shoot. Okay. So there we go. Everything's in place. Turn you on. Oh, that is so close. Yeah, that's kind of a tight one to get up. Those hopper wings. Okay. Everything else is looking good. You're still running. You're good now. This needs power. Okay. You're going to get knocked out. Don't have flooring. Steel, I should really go get my floors. Oop, floor. Okay, you continue. And that'll be good. And handrail. Handrails. Looking all professional. That one can go. That looks better. More room. Bye-bye. Ah. Oh. Much better. Okay. You... that was an 8x6. Up. You... 4, 6. Then we can get you down there. Okay. See, we are golden. Just need to get power. Where am I going to get power? Ooh. Well, let's go over here. Oops. Okay, back to here. How much of a circuit do we need? Oops. You aren't needed. You're not really needed either, but... Oops, looks better. Okay. How much is that sucking back? 1 Jenny will do it. That's pretty much the best place. I could stuff it right here. It only takes 4. Building power. Does that look silly here? Yeah. Doesn't look really stupid. Having this many wind generators looks a little foolish anyways, but hey, we got to get power from somewhere. Okay. Now, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13 to the hole. 1. Actually, let's go 1 over. There. Nope. Uncool. Let's go there. You there. On. Back in 10. Yeah, you bet. Is there. Okay. Did that come out looking okay? Hey, yeah. It's not horrible. What's under you? You know what? We're gonna go down to here. There. Okay. Close all this back up. And do this now. There, there. Okay. There. Bar. Wow. Ah. Still too far. And right in the middle. Right. Bummer. I forgot to put. Okay. I'm gonna have to go. And there. 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 There we go. Everything's good. Everything is well with the world. You get up. Okay. Running. Okay. And everything's looking good. Awesome. Let's see how this works.
Are we ready to dig pay dirt?
Yep. You bet. We should be able to. I'm going to dump what's in the dump truck and just kind of watch it as it goes along. And I still got to put in, whatchamacallit, kind of a marker as to where, which tires. Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, close that up. All is looking good. Right about there. Not really a full load, but yeah, filled up both lines. Okay. Yeah. Looks like you did it equally.
You went double.
Yeah, you bet. A little more in the front one. Okay. I need some walls. 8 of you. Yeah, that's good. Might have buried that a little bit close. Oh. Fairly straight. Let's see if I can't make it visible. Okay. Looks good. That should be a good place to dump. Woohoo! Okay. How did that do the rest of the system? Don't think I should have any big piles anywhere. See anything wrong? There, here. Yeah, I don't see any piles underneath. I don't see anything. Okay. And I should have. Looks good down there. Be the second two. Oh, looking good down here. Oh. That was there. This one. This one has nothing in it. I flip these two? No, it should be those two. Unless that one dump load just wasn't enough. That's two. There should be these two. And it should be this one. Oh, very tiny amount. Let's do some work here, Kim. I just gotta check how full my gravel is now. As to when
I can barely hear you.
Oh, you got your
The weather is very loud.
Yeah, no doubt. You can turn your weather effects down in your audio.
Which one? Ambient effects?
I think it's ambient effects.
Want to do it?
Either or. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll get it done. That's exactly where I want it to dig.
Do you think the truck will tip over if I try to drive down that field?
I think you might run into an issue. Yeah.
Okay. I'll not do that then.
We'll dig, and we'll get her figured out, man.
Okay, I'm full.
Yep. I'll get out of your way. Yeah, you're gonna have to do a little bit of backing and forthing and shimmying and whatnot until we get this road built. But once the road's built, then you know what I mean. That'll be fine. It'll be
Same deal?
Yeah. Try to put the hub, like the middle of your tire, the hub, right on top of that black line, and then up ender, man. You don't have to be exact. I mean, you know, be as close as you can, but that in theory dumps right in the middle of the two sets.
Yep.
There you go.
Sure thing, boss.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, hang on.
It's cool to see that the conveyors are full of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of a good way. Then, if the conveyors are full of stuff, then you did it right. You did it well enough.
Which way do you want me to?
Right, the way you had it. The way you had it.
Okay.
Either or, it doesn't really matter, because I'm going to back out. You know what I mean? So it doesn't. I can load you either side. If you get bored of getting on the left side of me, go on the right side of me. And seeing as how I got enough money, I might try a grader down this road rather than the bulldozer. Then we'll cover it in some gravel. And we'll make a gravel. Well, I guess I don't have to cover this one in gravel. This road will change.
I'm trying to remember which game you were playing the first time I came across your channel.
Ooh.
But I'm drawing a blank. Do you remember?
Oh, damn, I don't know. I mean, if I only played 3 or 4 games, then it would be an easy, you know what I mean? Was it this one, that one, or this one, or that one?
Maybe it was Planet Crafter.
That's possible, dude. That's possible. I guess one question I could ask is, was we playing? That'll narrow it down. You know what I mean? As far as what games it could be. Because if she was playing, she doesn't play certain games with me, right? Like, it's just not her style. It's not her type.
No, I think you were playing Planet Crafter.
Okay. Well, she would have been with me. Because pretty much right from the beginning, when I started playing Planet Crafter, she was right there. Go hard. I could probably look back. The one thing that separates you is you've done a lot of super chats. And I think right from the beginning of when you started watching us, you gave out a super chat on your first day. I'm trying to remember 100%, but I kind of recall that.
I have no, I have no clue. Now I have to watch your playlist.
Have fun with that. Some of the playlist isn't too bad. Some of them, dude. Oh. Not paying attention here. Some of that playlist, though. Some of those streams are pretty long, dude. Really? I know a few people, like Deathus happened upon us playing Valheim. So he was an easy one to... Plus, he kind of remembers. Some other folks... I don't know, man. I think I got too many subscribers to, you know what I mean, know when certain people found us and when they didn't. I hate to say it, it's not something I paid attention to. I sound a little brutal now. Like I don't...
I remember, I think it was Orebound.
Yeah, okay.
I tried Orebound and the game wouldn't work on my old computer, so I wanted to watch somebody play it since I couldn't play it.
Yeah.
And I think that's how I came across you.
Okay. That's very possible, dude.
Are you gonna make a cut down to your road?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it pretty much down there. Eventually it'll, I'm gonna have to see how wide I can make this.
How much is the grader? And are there multiple?
It's not that much. There's two different graders. One's kind of a small one. The other one's a bit larger. So it's a better size. I would only be buying the bigger one because there's just no point in having the small one. I don't think, anyway. But now that I have the dirt deletion in my head, rather than it being a grader and moving dirt, it deletes dirt. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't... in my head, I had it as like when I first ran the dozer. Because I got a lot more time in a dozer than I do in a grader. The gradering that I did do, I'll be honest, it was fairly close to finished by the time I got to it. You know what I mean? By the time they told me to jump in the grader. And I'm like, I mean, I can, but, you know, I mean, I really need some training. When guys like just spread out, it was gravel. It was 60 mil crush that we were putting on top of basically a base to, and then on top of that, you put soil cement, and then on top of that, you put asphalt, and then you know, paver and all the rest of that. The 60 mil crush, you're gonna have to go to your left a little bit or to your right, either way, because you're right kind of in the entrance to the road. I got to make it nice and wide for you, so you don't get all messed up going down there. Yeah, outside works, dude.
Can you make a
what?
make a cut here?
What, like go in and get rid of that nub?
Yeah. So the truck can fit there.
Okay, is that enough for you, or you need a little wider? Or?
Don't know. Have to take a look. Yeah, probably.
That should be wide enough for your truck to fit down. For sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
More than enough room. Yeah, full. If you drive into the cut, so
Yep, you bet. I was thinking of hiding. I'm wondering if this portion of the road's going to be wide enough for you. You might have to cut the trees out. I was trying to leave a little bit of wilderness around. In theory, anything green will grow trees.
trees respawn.
Yeah, I think that's what one of the... You know how when you start the game, you get all those messages? And as I recall, one of them was...
You want me to remove that bump?
No, I'm thinking of actually pushing... Now that I look at it, this is downhill. Remember the last time I had nothing but trouble going downhill. Like it was just nothing but heartache.
Yep.
So I'm thinking of coming uphill. And then I'm going to have to make kind of a pad down here for you to turn.
I have a logical, but maybe stupid to this game idea. Push the dirt into this bucket, the front loader's bucket.
I'd rather just delete this top dirt stuff. I'd rather just delete it, to be honest.
That's worthless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not worthless. It's worth $14,000. Whatchamacallit?
A stack?
A stack, yeah. So I mean, it's worth something. Rising. Come on, stay down. What? Not a good time there, Kid Cat. Yes, I know. You want some loving. Not really a room for you right now. You don't care. Uh-huh. Yeah, we'll just push that mic out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, no. Hang on. Hang on. Dude, really? You figure? Really? I don't think so. I'm sorry. Come on. Uh-huh. Okay. minute pet break. Hang on. Yes, yes. Yes. You're wonderful. Okay. Sorry, dude. No. There you go. I was cat attacked. Oh. Now, let's get ourselves back in order here.
That's cozy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's.
I'm getting D4 to D3 up this hill, emptying down there, so that's nice.
Yeah.
No more turtle at D1.
I'm a little high on that. Did cut that out. Nice. I get some go-go juice in this thing real quick here. Oh, that got retarded real quick.
Go good juice ready.
Okay, I'm full. Thanks, man.
Ah, got some jittering going on.
Yeah, because I'm cutting with a bulldozer, dude. That's gonna happen when I'm... Unless your ping is low, like really low, I wasn't getting any jittering on Split's stream when he was cutting with a bulldozer, but everybody above 20 or 30 ping was getting like some pretty bad lag in there. Do you
I don't know
I mean?
what my ping is, but yours is 0 for me.
Right, yours is 52 because you're in Norway, right? So anybody over in England and whatnot gets in and around the 50s, it seems. I could be off on that a little bit, but it seems that way anyways. You want to take a packer to that, dude? Instead of, I was going to run a grader across it once. I'm just trying to dig this down.
You want me to move the truck?
Totally up to you.
No, I'm asking if you're gonna use the grader.
Well, yeah. I'm going to probably grader this once. It's all good. Did I not set the grader up? I guess I didn't. Oh. No, these are going to have to be. Articulate left. Right. Wheel. That should all be done. Side shift. Down blade up. Rotate right and left. Yeah. Confirm. Back. Resume. Okay. Articulate. And shift wheels. Okay. Steering not working. Come on, get out of the dirt. Oops. Settings, control, grader, steering. Why? Okay. Clear that. Left. That. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's better. Okay. And I need buildings, equipment, GPS. Okay.
I'm curious how this is gonna go.
Very slowly at first, because this is really uneven terrain. And I'm wondering whether I gotta come up or go down. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to come up. Okay. Let's come up.
Which one added soil?
Well,
Was it that one? Was it
so-
that one or the dozer?
well, if you go backwards with the dozer, it'll add dirt. Or it'll
Okay.
grab it from the sides. It seems like it adds dirt. I think the grader does the same thing. but I don't know too many guys that backblade with a dozer. Like you'll backblade with a front end loader, and I mean I've seen dozer guys do it lots.
You want me to drive behind you with
nope.
the roller?
No. It's gonna take a few passes before I get this to where I want it. Gradering is rarely from like where we're at, which is like, you know, where I just freshly graded it. It's usually a few passes before you get it to where you want it. And I probably should have done more dozer work. Oh, yeah, duh. Hang on. Oops.
What happened?
You gotta break the dirt. You gotta break the green before you go over it with a grader. If I'm correct. What did I set that up on? How did I set that up? Okay. That didn't work. Save. Okay.
Hmm?
No. Hmm. Okay. Uh-huh. I think I'm here. Yeah. Can't get my dipper to work. I need the tilt in till I don't need the rotate, but I need the tilt. Why is none of that working? That is very weird. Okay, well, let's use that. Okay, fine. Yeah, well, it just won't work. And that's not breaking the ground anyway. Why not? Okay. The ripper not working right now or something? Okay, yeah. not what I would call working. Wow. Let's see. Hi. Love to join my community. Well, I have a Discord if you'd like to join it. Okay, the packer will flatten that out now. Can't get it on the blade. Oh, almost.
What?
Oh, Grader don't like digging too deep. He's bouncing around a little bit. A little too big of a cut with her. He's arguing. But I got a bit of a hump I got to take out. And I could do it with the dozer. Hey. Hey, Mr. Mao. Not going too bad. Well, I wouldn't say a road to a new site. That's the pit mine up there, and I'm just making like a roundabout so that the big dump truck can come down and make a loop. More thinking for long term. Uh-oh. Saving. More thinking for like a long term. Way too big of a cut. I was trying to fill a hole. I don't think I succeeded. I got it cut down fairly. I thought I was taking too big of cuts. I guess I wasn't. I was doing good, actually. Because I was trying to cut this left side down here. We'll see how this... I might finish it off with the grater. See how I do? Yeah, Mao, the truck's going to come down here, make a hard left, and then take off that direction. As we cut this hill away, this road will just get like lower and lower and lower, and then we'll use this as our haul back and forth road. That way the truck, he doesn't have to do anything fancy up top. I'll probably have a few spaces to fill in, a little bit to cut off with the grater, but I don't know. I think I did fairly decent. I forgot to put music on today.
Sing.
What?
Sing.
Sing. Right. Okay. I claim to be a guitar player. I've never claimed to be a singer. I mean, I can sing, but I'd rather hear somebody that's professional about it. Remember, I was a truck driver my whole life. When Wolfgang came and visited Canada here, I pulled out my guitar and played a song.
Too bad you can't make a separate YouTube where you play your songs.
I was thinking of that. I don't know whether I want to play. Sergeant Stoned Malone. So I begin a cut with the dozer. I'll play around with it with a grater. I noticed I didn't like... I had some dips in here when I was gratering it. I'll take the grater and do a bit of finish work. Try to make it a little bit more flat. But I'll make the first cut with a dozer. Don't take too much or you'll overload the dozer and then funky things happen. I mean, in real life, the dozer just bogs down and can't move. In this, it'll like jump and leap and do all sorts of funky stuff. So take a bit of a cut, go back, take a bit more of a cut, you delete a lot of material with the dozer, so it's not like you're pushing it all. Like in real life, you would have, you got to push the dirt somewhere in real life. But in this, it deletes a lot of the dirt. So keep that in mind, that you are deleting some, but you're also pushing some. You're also filling the blade. So if you ever lift the blade up, then your blade will empty, no different than a bucket will empty if you tip it up on top of the ground. So it's it's not perfect by any means. I've run dozers and I've run graders and whatnot, not extensively. I'm a truck driver, but I have been on construction site. I have run them. You got to keep in mind this is a game, so yeah, make your first cut. Take a bit off the top, cut it out. If you're playing multiplayer, you're going to you're going to lag out your other players if they have too high of a ping. When you cut green grass, you're going to lag them out. That's just the way it goes. And that's about it, dude. If you take too much, you'll get this happening. The leaping and jumping that I was doing here, I was taking too much. And so the grader starts to jump around a bit. Although in real life, you would not pack this right now because it's not what I would call finished. In this, I'm going to pack it so that I get all my leaping and jumping out of the way. If you go back in the on the I know you're on the Twitch side, but if you go back on the YouTube side, you can scroll backwards and you can see where the grader was just jumping up and down because I was taking too much. I was taking way too much of a cut. And I knew it. I was pushing it. I didn't care. So what I'm going to do is, now that I've cut this out, I'm going to take a packer to it. I'm going to pack it. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to take the grader to it again. And then I might end up throwing dirt down and shovel smacking, of course. That's kind of... I can't see that ever not happening in this game, where you're not shovel smacking. I can't see it. Because you have to finish it. I mean, you got to do some fine little detail work to your road. And then, yeah, that's about it. I hope that answers your question, bud. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I use a steering wheel and the construction side panel, so I have a little joystick on my right hand. Right. I got a hat on the left because I got a G920. Can't find a good angle to stay at. Where to stay at? It's getting to be dark here. Sometimes I want to be behind the grader. Sometimes I want to be in front of it. Sometimes I want to watch. Oop. Get out of there. Sometimes I want to watch the blade, so I'll be here. But then you can't watch which way you're driving, right? I use GPS, not like solely to look at. I use it as a guide like anything else. And then, like I said, sometimes I'll be back here paying attention to the road. Sometimes I'll be... I don't know, man. Because I've got camera control on my joystick, right? And then blade control on the same stick. I just push a button and I get... Yeah. The construction side stick. Yeah. I wish I had a joystick in my left hand. I really do. That'd make excavator work a whole lot easier. Logic farm down to small little joystick bundle and 2 joysticks with a G923 wheel. Sorry, I had. You had ads, okay. Camera positioning on the farm stick. You can push the little top button, and it changes between camera view and blade control. If you set your camera up that way. The button on the right-hand side, the gray one, right? So you can switch between camera control and blade control. But you can't stay off blade control very much, right? Because otherwise your blade's going to wander, and that's just the way it is. Straight not digging, I can't. Okay. So, it's a constant fight, dude. Constant. Like, I am constantly back forth. I wish I had a camera on it. You would see me. I am constantly doing this. But have you ever run a real grader or a real bulldozer? Like in real life? Yeah, okay, but have you ever run a real one? In a real dozer, you are constantly switching your blade. You are constantly moving your blade back and forth. Right. Okay, were you not adjusting or were you on flat ground? Because once you're on flat ground, I mean, you can leave it alone, right? But to get the ground flat, you are constantly moving that blade. Constantly. Right? Graders have a float function, right? Which... talk to your individual grader operator, and some like it, some don't. It is what it is. Okay, but yeah, it's a constant thing, like constantly. Don't I have rear lights? Or did I grab the
I find the lighting a little funny in this game.
Yeah, well...
You have a ton of lights that's supposed to light up your vehicle, around your vehicle, but when you turn them on, it's like sitting inside the sun.
Yeah. They're a little too
See
close.
nothing.
Yeah. Well, there's not enough lights on this. Okay, I want you. I don't need you. Let me try that for a minute. I find going slow helps. Because then you can make blade adjustments. Your two 1600M joysticks are great. Use pedals from the wheel to drive and brake the dozer, yeah. Steering, right ones for blade control. I have ear control bound to my top hat. Excavators are so fun. Oh, no doubt. Dual joystick excavators are great. That's the way they are, right? Ah. Yeah, the excavators can be just like the real thing. They can be. Although, hey, dude. Welcome home, Winknip. So excavators are very close to the real thing, although there's a bit of vacuum bucket going on with them. Other than that, they are good. I like how they did them, but I find the dozer and the grader, the blade jumps around a hell of a lot. So, I mean, to me, I think the GPS could be a little less precise on those. So that's what I'm saying. I might use the GPS, but I'm not like gauging it perfectly. I don't know whether that answers your question there. I'm not like relying on it 100%, nor am I treating it like it's perfect, because it's not. A lot of it is just sight on the blade, which is the way it works in real life. I sometimes mess up when I'm looking up at the GPS. I'll sometimes mess up and go the wrong way or whatever. Are you going to come join us, Wing, or are you really tired after work? Bag tired, just going to watch a little bit. Yeah. There are some guys, there's two schools of thought on auto trim or on floating mode, right? There's some guys that don't like it. And they will rib you and ridicule you, right? No different than if you backblade in a grader, right? You'll get guys who give you a hard time. Some folks call it bitch blading. I mean, there's some, me coming for an hour. So, yeah, okay, cool. Come on in, Wingtip. Let me know when you're in the channel. I'll move you up. So, I mean, it depends on who you talk to. Like, there always seems to be two schools of thought in a lot of things, but hey, if I helped you out, right? Fantastic, man. Right on. Sounds good. Autosave.
AD,
What's that?
are you using that roller?
No, way down here? No, not anymore. Not until I go to roll the road now.
Can I borrow it?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You can drive it up this road, just don't have the vibrator on when you do it. That way it won't pack it.
Okay.
'Cause, yeah, I don't want it packed quite yet. Hey, Wing.
Yo.
How's it going, man?
Doing all right. Did they patch today or something?
I do believe there was a patch.
Can you send me the password there?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Not a problem, dude. No problem. Saving.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, done.
I didn't get a save notification. I didn't understand why nothing was working.
Because I'm loading in.
That as well. But yeah, it was saving. It was saving. So there's 2 machines downstairs. One at the bottom, one on the second level. One at the bottom has foundations. One on the second level has nothing. I'm testing out that second level just to check it out and see how well I do. You know what I mean? At playing around with a loader and having absolutely no foundations to run on. And seeing if I can keep it level. And just kind of a test for me. Second and third level are the same. You know what I mean? As far as the dirt we're getting out of there and what we're digging. Me and Kim are working on basically the strip mine. You know what I mean? The quarry mine or whatever you want to call it. You want to come join us? Go right ahead. I do have weather effects on. I can turn them off. I've just been kind of seeing what they're like. You know, with the storms and the snow and the...
Well, if you want to help me, Wingtip, that would be, how do you say? Highly appreciated.
I'm just looking around at the moment.
Oh, checking out the new wash plant.
Don't get run over now. Oh, you're way below.
Yeah, I was down here last time I was on.
The straight up are basically just bumpers. You drive up against them and dump your load. You can get rid of them if you wish. I don't know what it is. My 920, the brake pedal doesn't really work all that great. So I like to have something to bump up against, because otherwise I don't brake so well in this game. I don't know what it is about the 920. Or if it's an issue, I don't know. I mean, do you guys use pedals and do your brakes work? Because mine sure don't.
You guys haven't been digging in a while, have you?
Not really. We've been up here working on this pit mine side of things.
Yeah, all your silos are pretty much empty except for the coal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Once I started working on this road, that was about it. And I had to work and sell everything just to be able to make the place.
Want to drive that truck, Wingtip?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead and load me up. I got room for one more scoop. Maybe half a scoop, really.
Oh, okay. You're going to grab that.
Yeah, my front loader needs the refill. Wow, this thing is fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it gets stupid fast.
I'm used to this.
You used to go in 4K.
Not in this game.
I'm not quite on the road, but I'm fairly close.
Thank you.
One more.
Yep.
I find there's a little bit too much weather. Like we should have a day of sunshine. I mean, that happens. And then retrospectively, we should have a day or two of rain. But that's not seemingly the way it works here.
You want to dig, Wingtip?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to start using the road, Wing. I don't know which way's better. I think it would be faster to come down the long road into the dump site and then go up the short one. I'm not absolutely sure. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I think your turnaround area is going to have to be quite a bit bigger.
I was wondering about that. But I didn't actually take the truck down there and... Yeah, okay. Not quite wide enough, eh?
Yeah, not quite wide enough down through here either.
Well, I knew that was going to be a bit tight. Saving. Oh, you got to take it wider.
If we could cut some of it like right through here, I think we can drive the truck and make a wide enough turn.
Oh.
So like from where I'm at to where you're at, kind of take some of this wall.
Yeah, I got you. Try driving to where I'm at and then cranking that corner. You know
Down
what I
where
mean?
this tree's at. Okay.
Yeah.
When
Try.
I get full.
Try there. Just kind of, like I said, it's I kind of made it as a wide turn. Because, I mean, that whole thing's going to get cut out. Dude, like, absolutely, the whole shooting match is going to get cut out eventually. But I can take a swipe at it. You know what I mean? Take the dozer and take a swipe at it. Not a big deal. Either that or let me take a trip in the truck and I'll...
Yeah, go ahead.
She's fairly flat. Pretty happy about the wall. I didn't really want to make a retaining wall. Ooh, is that getting too tall for you, Kim? We're going to have to start cutting that off with a excavator.
Yup.
Yeah, we'll just make this a bank turn like Daytona, and you can just come flying around through here.
Just bank the whole thing and away you go, eh? One more, buddy.
Will do.
I'm going to have to get a second truck here, too. That'll do it. Yeah, I'm just losing it all anyway. Things look a whole lot different when you get in the cab of this truck. Oh, hell yeah. I don't care how wide you take that corner, that ain't enough.
Yeah, that's why I say I think we're going to have to chew off some of this wall right here.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll jump back in the dozer and start cutting it. And then, yeah, I'm going to have to build up a bit of this road. This wasn't enough. Wow. Oops. Okay, I'll jump in that dozer and I'll get her done. Uh-oh, somebody dumped in the wrong place. Or am I not? Holy.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that too.
Okay, we got issues here. Like, serious issues. Oh! Okay.
Oh, what in the?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking, was I? Look out, man, I'm going to Draymite the whole thing.
Oh, was the conveyors not going or something? Or
No,
what?
no. I'll show you what I did. I know what I did.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get out of the way. I see you putting the explosives down.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Boom, 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 boom. Okay.
The dream
I know what I did. Yeah, it's true. I'm just going to get rid of everything.
Yeah.
No sense muffing and fussing about back here. Look what I did. Come down here and look.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw what I did. I know what I did. I gotta fix it.
That's it. You're fired.
No doubt, man. I had one job. What the hell?
I mean, not only are you the owner of the facility, you're the planner,
Yeah.
the engineer.
Yeah. Chief bottle washer. All the rest of it. Yep. I know. Yeah, no doubt, eh?
What you do?
I admit to nothing. I know nothing. I could not confirm or deny.
It shall never be spoken of again.
So I'm going to have to do mergers on the far end of this, you know. I have no choice.
Where did all this dirt come from?
You don't want to know.
I just said we will not speak of it again.
We will not speak of this again. Yeah, no doubt.
You see nothing? Move along.
Nothing to see here. Move along, move along. So I'm going to have to come up with a merger system here. No ifs, ands, or buts, or maybes about it. It's going to have to be a merger system.
So those 4 are going to go into these 2?
Yep, you betcha. Somehow.
There's another way you can do that. Let me see. Does this thing give me any money here? Yeah, let me buy a few pieces here real quick. Okay, so if you take
Oh, I see what you. Okay, and then put a hopper on it.
no.
Or are you just gonna dump it on the belt?
I'm one off. Let me put a one piece in here. So now the top one can just dump right into the lower one, and then that one can go over to your other one over there.
Okay, and we won't lose any?
Yeah, I mean, you can put a chute right on this one right here and drop it down to this one right below it, and then run this lower one straight over to your, and that at least combines two of them.
Yeah, I gotcha. Rather than using mergers?
Well, it saves you from making that big loop you had over here that you were going to do. It still gives you room to walk around over here, up and down.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, though.
It just disappeared under me.
Yeah. And then I was going to put it up here. Oops, up, not down, up. There. This way, it gets out of the wall. That's all. Same effect. Just.
Then just do the same on the other one.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't have a chute on me. You got a spare chute, or you?
Oh yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I got like all the parts and pieces. I kept them on me because I figured there'd be a mix-up. There'd be something that went wrong here, and it was me that went wrong. Okay, let's dump some loads and see what happens.
I'll go get the front loader.
Well, just
Yeah,
load,
there you
load
go.
up the dump truck and or grab the front loader and 38. Oh, okay, we're over. We have an issue. Houston, we have a problem.
Here comes the dump.
Hang on. Don't. Belts aren't running. Hang on. Wait. This end has to get adjusted now. Can you go down below, Wing, and go turn on those two power?
I don't know where they're at, but
Down-
let me see here.
Down underneath. Yeah, go down the tunnel and turn them both on. Because I got to find out what the grid load is. You can look at the engine or the motors or whatever and see what the grid load is. Can't be above 3,600.
One of them's 3618,
Okay, now.
and the other one's 3584. Let me see what the other one is again now. Oh wow, now it's only 1800. What the
Yeah.
hell?
No doubt. Just give me a sec. Okay. What are they each now? Just wondering.
One of them's 1600 kilowatts, and the other one is 1651.
Okay.
$1,900, 1960.
Okay. They should be together, so turn it on. But don't dump yet, because I still got...
1600 on one and 19 on the other.
Okay.
You want me to turn them on?
Yeah, please do. 16. 35 total. Okay. I think I can do this. Left and right. Where's my up? There.
Yeah, I didn't want to have to do this. I'll wait till they are up to the capacity or somebody mods it. And
Yeah, something happens, eh? I need a left.
and you're not even going half as far as I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm going a lot further.
Isaiah. $35.85. And then one hopper. No, not a hopper. Whatchamacallit? A chute. $35.85. We are good. We are golden. Okay, go ahead and start dumping. Hey Isaiah. We're setting up a transport belt set up.
We're cleaning a mess in aisle 3.
Yeah, we're cleaning up a mess in aisle 3. A very big mess. I'm wondering if I'm going to need hoppers, dude. I don't think so.
Here it comes. Going in. And I see the belts starting to fill.
Alrighty.
Oh, it's heading your way. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
That was quick.
Yeah. I don't see an issue. I'm running 10 times. So yeah, it's fast. Like, this is not a slow process. I'm wondering whether the far end here is going to handle it. Looks like it. We'll see if we get a big mess over here. I don't think so. And we're like 15 away from max power. So that works. Mike, how you doing? Thanks for the sub, man.
If anybody asks, we'll just say it was the new employee and he got fired.
Yeah, you got fired.
He is no longer employed.
Oh, what a mess back here, though, eh? That's all good. There's a lot of flattening out to do back here. It's all good. Okay. I think that's running nice and smooth. Yeah, I made Isaiah. I made a wash plant way over yonder where those storages are. Right, that's my wash plant on the far side, and we started doing some digging over here, and we were hauling down this nice asphalt road that we made. Hey, knucklehead! But we figured out that the big dump truck would slow down too much on that hill. And then coming back, it slowed down too much to get up that hill. So I put in a dumping station here, and I didn't hook it up properly. And so we ended up dumping a lot all over the place.
Tons and tons of material.
Yeah, there's a little bit of material down there, no doubt.
Yeah, Wingtip, can you fit that truck somewhat in that nook?
Do what?
Can you pull the truck into that hole to your right? Or isn't it wide enough? No, not even close.
Could I walk you through it? Wow. Okay, well. Have you played the game? Just wondering. So, loader loads dump truck. And big dump truck. Like, not a small dump truck and not a small loader. So, loader loads dump truck. This whole thing's going to get cut out till way down, like way over there. We're going to pit mine this thing. And then eventually, instead of a ramp up, it'll be a ramp down. And then we'll dig down and dig down and dig down. Okay. So, I don't need to go over the whole thing. Dump station. This is the beta. So the conveyors are different and whatnot. These are both doubles. You have played the game. No problem. 4 belts come out. I have to condense them because I'm not going to run 4 belts all the way back to the wash plant. So they condense down to 2 belts. I'm using 2 belts all the way just for storage. Meaning that the belts themselves are storage. And then this gives it time. Uh-oh. 200%. Why are you... hang on. I got an issue here. Set. Oh. Okay. I need up. And my offset. And then a shoot. 3464. Okay, the belts are actually running now. So now after, and like I said, I'm just using these 2 belts as storage, meaning that the belts themselves are storage. They hold a certain amount of dirt, and that gives the system time to condense it and work with it. Then I have to condense it down to one belt because on the far end of this, you can only run a certain amount of power. My grid load is now at 3464. You can only run 3600. Down underneath here, I have... Uh-oh.
Or you get fireworks.
Yeah, you get fireworks. 1037. Okay, you're on. Why are you...
Bring your camera up this way and they can see me dump this off and how it goes down the conveyors.
Yeah, I had a trouble with conveyors up here. Things stopped because I went over my grid load. Remember, I was really close, so I... Give me a second and I'm coming back. On my way, and we'll follow the dirt up. Have you played the beta, Isaiah? Like, have you beta this? Have you turned it over to the beta? Or are you still playing the regular version of this? Okay, go ahead, man. Dump her down, Wing. So all the belts fill up. I condense it down to 2 belts. Those 2 belts go down. And like I said, this is all just storage. Each one of these will hold 300, you know what I mean, as it's working its way through. And then I condense it down, still holding 300, you know, but it's got enough time to work its way through before the next guy shows up with a dump truck and tries to dump. All of this heads down, continues on with this belt on my left. And that, the reason I had to condense it down to 1 belt is because all of this has to hook into the bottom of this hopper, which, if I go upstairs, all right, hooks into this system, which is another dumping station, depending upon what we're doing. And then all of that runs into my wash plant. So the wash plant's changed a little bit. Most of this is going to be pay dirt, coming out of just the one set. Down here, the 2 sides come out the back of the units and then head down into these belts, which then head up into... I'm using wash plants rather than sluice boxes. Not beta, just normal version. Totally up to you, dude. Totally up to you. You'll notice that none of my belts are the same. They're all the beta belts. I ripped out my entire wash plant, like the entire thing. And I redid it in new belts. The old belts and the new belts do work. Beta testing is anything like beta. You're going to be running into issues. You're going to be running into problems. You could run into issues and problems. I haven't run into too much, but thanks. So I wanted to run wash plants rather than sluice boxes. A sluice box will hold the material, whereas a wash plant lets the material through. I have to go back through some sorting to get the dirt out, because now I'm going to have dirt in my system. That dirt goes into the sell point, right? Because I don't want dirt. If you've played it, you know what I mean. You don't want dirt. So I get rid of the dirt. All of these come around and converge. Okay? All of what you know in the regular game has changed now. Okay? Like, there is not a sorter. It's just the trommel, right? That the other part's been kind of taken out. It's kind of been replaced with these wash plants and the sluice boxes. But after... Oh, I'm not going to make it. No. Almost. Come on. There we go. So after the shakers, after the trommel, we get into the shaker. Okay, a shaker screen. The jaw crusher. And now the cone crusher. That'll turn everything into gravel. Okay, so this is my big gravel. I'm almost full on them. They're getting there. I want those to be full. So these two are almost full. When they're full, these are different storages. You're working with the corrugated boxes where it stopped. Like you fed a belt into it and that corrugated box stopped and that was it. These storages will let stuff through. Okay. So you can store stuff and you can let it through. So now you have to use what's called a froth floater. And what it'll do is it'll take gravel and it'll split it between tailings and good ore on the top. And because I have 4 belts coming through, I have 4 froth floaters. Those go all the way down. Okay. And I feed the froth floaters off the end into here, and then that becomes tailings. Tailings will fill up and then get sold off. I have no idea whether the tailings are worth anything or not. I might take that storage out and just get rid of everything. Super simple setup. Yeah, if you want a simple wash plant, I suggest you go to a channel called Split in 2 Gaming. Split in 2 did a really good short, about 20-minute how to set up a wash plant. I took that and made this. Okay. But I did go through that startup. It's just that I made this huge. Okay. And the last thing to show out would be the other side of the froth floaters comes down here. Okay. And gets fed by out by 2 belts. Okay. And then the reason I built this the way I did, okay, rather than the way Split in 2 did, was that Split in 2, you have to go down into your basically your plant, and you have to go retrieve all your stuff from down there, right? I bring all of my storages up to here, right? So all of my stuff gets brought up to here, including coal, you know what I mean, brought up to there. My reasoning is that although I have an open pit mine over here that we're doing pay dirt on, okay, I also have, depending upon how many people are online with me, right, and who comes, I also have this tunnel dug all the way down. Is your pickup truck down below still? Or did you bring that up?
I brought it up.
Okay.
It's next to the other
that's okay.
one.
No, that's okay. Okay. So down below, I have a couple of areas that we are digging either pay dirt and a mixture of blasted rock out of, right? And then these hoppers are all connected all the way down. You know what I mean? And this whole system has to have the room to be able to run. Because sometimes I'll have a guy working down here because that's just what he wants to do when he comes on. Yeah, check out his vid. I mean, I'm guessing you know who Split in 2 is. I'm guessing. I haven't made one because, well, to me, Split in 2 made one. You know what I mean? I don't really need to make one. So down here is our blasted rock. We found a really cool coal vein down here, and we've been, going through that. But this is our blasted rock. Okay, and down here, I mean, that's why this exists, right? Is so that, people can be down here loading into this. This singular belt goes up and is on the right-hand side of the dual drop up top. The other pit mine is on the left-hand side, way back there, which is why I did the way I did. I'm not absolutely sure I did it the right way or, whatever. I'm checking it out. You know what I'm saying? It's, I'm testing it. But yeah, I mean, I got some cool roof put in here. I'm doing some work down here. It's a lot of fun. Dude, I strongly suggest, 1, back up your save. Okay? Bar none, Isaiah. Back up your save. Okay? Like, seriously, back it up. Trust me on this, back it up. Secondly, don't sell off your conveyor hoppers from your original game, from the vanilla game or whatever.
Or your containers.
And, yeah.
Well, I think they added those. I think they finally added it.
Did they?
I think that was one of the things I saw in the patch notes.
Did they add those back in? I don't see them. Production. Nope, they didn't add them back in yet. Okay,
But
hang
don't
on.
sell 'em.
Hang on, Isaiah. Don't sell your corrugated boxes. I buried my corrugated boxes in the floor in here, so that's how I keep storage in my plant, right? Like that's how I do it. I kept all my storage boxes, and I put one up each aisle to take care of, ores and ingots and all the rest of that, and then I kind of hid one in my break area. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all useless shit, but you know what I mean, right?
Well, you gotta have someplace to put all the forks.
Containers are in workbenches, dude.
Told you.
Thank you, Frederick. Where are they? Where are they? Workbenches, equipment, factory, vehicles, buildings, workbenches. Oh, there they are. Good. Yep, they put them back in. Okay, cool. I mean, don't sell them anyways, but I kept the conveyor hopper. Thank you, Frederick, by the way. You're awesome. I kept the conveyor hopper because I dig with it. Okay? Like, seriously, I dig with that thing. When it comes to... You have like two... Well, no, you can buy them now. Okay, but to me, I like digging with the conveyor because look at the nice straight lines I get. Like, I got to put some roofing up in here. But all of these are dug with the conveyor hopper, right? Like, when I dig through here, I dig with that conveyor hopper and then I cement it all up. Rather than being in here with dynamite or, you know what I mean? Like, I could do it with dynamite. I could do it all with a pickaxe. But I do my digging. You can see how the straight lines and whatnot. Okay, I do it with the conveyor hopper. So don't either buy a bunch of conveyor hoppers so that you can do that kind of digging still. You'll notice I did it down here where I dug out the side of the hill with the conveyor hoppers, right? Because the conveyor hoppers, to me, they're just a great way to dig. Some people get all emotional about it. I don't care. I dig with them. Because a conveyor hopper, it will dig for you. If you put it in and take it out, it'll make a nice straight line. All right? Put it in, take it out, nice straight line. It's, I don't know, I find it a lot easier to dig with them, just because. You have to deal with some overflow and some rock and whatnot. But if you put them in and take them out pretty quick, you don't get a lot of overflow. And you lose the dirt, by the way. It deletes it, so you get rid of it. But, I mean, most of the time you want to get rid of that. Anyway, you're digging, you don't want to, whatchamacallit, you don't really want to keep the dirt.
One more?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to clean all this up. This was my big mistake today. I had a little bit of a problem here, an issue. Yeah, no, I mean, some people don't agree to it. I dig that way because it gives you, I mean, I don't consider it a cheat because I could do it anyway. I could sit here with a pickaxe and dig all day long. Everybody knows I can do this, right? And I would cover it up with concrete anyway, so what's the big deal, right? Because I'm going to cover it up and whatnot. But my problem is I don't think very many people want to sit here and watch me stream for X amount of hours while I'm sitting there digging a hole in the wall. I don't see that as being, I don't know, constructive. Like, that's not constructive streaming. So I just get it done. Get her done. Because it's easier. Anyway, do you like that road, Wing? Is that flat enough for you? Or do I need to do some more shovel work in there? Or what do you think?
Yeah, it still needs to be widened down here at the turnaround.
Right. Okay. Then I'm on it. That's what I'm on. I gotta... Yeah, because you're still backing up. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get rid of that. Well, it's either that or I widen this part of the turnout over here. What do you think? If I widen it out over here.
Whichever.
Okay, well, let me try widening it out first. We'll see how that works out for us. Okay, so you mean like how to start a bench so that you can work off that bench? Or just how to start a cut with like a dozer? Sorry, which way do you mean? Mine is a little convoluted up top. I can show you my plan, because my plan is eventually to have an excavator up top and load the trucks with an excavator because it's much faster. Because usually a cut is commonly just a dozer, right? Making like a cut. You know what I mean? Like this, when I made this would be, I don't know, maybe my terminology or whatever where I grew up. You know what I mean? But I smooth it with a shovel, and it's okay, but I'm terrible at starting and planning what I do. I got you, man. Take small bits, like I know my fingers aren't, right? Take like a foot or two, okay? Don't try to fill the whole entire blade and make that cut. We're getting to a point now here where the loader can't get this top, so I'm going to have to get an excavator in here. But this is not the kind of territory you want to put an excavator on, right? So we're going to dig as much of this as possible. Then I have to cut this out, so maybe I'll show you. Because this has to be cut. Oh, actually, hang on. Sorry. Wait. I have to finish this. My strongest suggestion when you're starting a cut with a dozer is cut small. Cut, but cut small. Don't try to go deep real quick, because you're just gonna shove that dozer all over the place. In normal life, a dozer will just get bogged down. And you will stop, and the tracks will be sitting there spinning, and you'll be digging yourself a hole and high centering yourself. Pissing off your construction foreman, and you'll have to get lifted out or dug out or something with a bigger piece of equipment. Okay? But if you cut shallow or only cut a foot or so, then you're not going to bog down your blade. In this game, it kind of works the same. If you bog your blade down too much, I was working a grader up there earlier, and I took too much from the grader, and the grader started to do this. And as soon as your grader starts doing that, you're done. Your blade's done. you're not getting, good, whatchamacallit. You're just, oops. You're not going to be doing a very good job. Okay, you're almost there. Okay. Okay, I'll cut a bit out with the grater, dude. Okay, I'll cut a bit out. I know, I got an idea what I got to cut now. We're getting there, buddy. We're getting there. I find you have to always finish with a shovel. You can go from dozer to grater. You can do it. But you're almost always going to finish with the shovel. Shovel and a handful of dirt in this game. You're always going to finish with it. The grater, it takes too much. It's not as fine as a real grater is. Do you know what I mean? Like the cut that you do with a grater in this game, it's not quite there yet. I've run a real grater, and it's close, and you can work it. But it doesn't move dirt, it deletes dirt. And that's a big difference. When you start deleting dirt off your blade, that's a pretty huge difference. So if I was going to start this cut, I would start it on the left and then work my way to the right. Right? Looking at the way I'm looking at this. But I need to cut a bit out of this. I suggest you don't work downhill. It just doesn't seem to work. I was bouncing, and I added more dirt to my road than what I want. Sorry, I came up here for a reason. If I'm going to show you something, I might as well show you everything that I've learned. Never cut down a hill. Always try to go uphill or flat. If you end up on a hill, then I would try to cut it up rather than down, right? Because down, your dozer's gonna run away from you. You're gonna be going too fast, and you can't gauge your speed as well as you can when you're going up a hill. Up a hill, I can gauge my speed. I can do 2 kilometers an hour. Bull low gear in a dozer, when you set yourself to do a cut, is like 0.5 kilometer an hour, dude. You at times will walk faster than a dozer on a job site. This moves way too quick if you're going down a hill. I use GPS. Some folks don't. I use it.
Oh, I just broke down.
Oh, you did? Bummer. That truck should have been okay. Okay, well, yeah.
Looks like the OEM injector is -0 and everything else is just 0.
Wow. Like the whole truck is down? Really? That's rude.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
That's rude. Okay, I gotta dump some inventory here. Now that the belts are working properly. If you don't have it turned on, you might not break down. A lot of people don't play with breakdowns. My son is a heavy-duty mechanic, and I firmly believe in having the breakdowns on. It adds a reality to the game that I have to run around and go deal with this stuff. You know what I mean? I consider myself the manager, so as the manager, because I don't have a mechanic hired, well, then I'm the chief bottle washer and the mechanic. And I have to take care of that kind of thing. Most of the time, can you jump out of that truck? Good, you did. Okay. Oops. Most of the time, I replace everything at the beginning of the shift. Hey, dude. You should be ready to go.
Are you full? Wingtip, are you full?
Yeah, it's full, but it's not moving. It's got a little spinny thing like it's thinking or something.
There's nothing underneath, so... Oh, there you go.
It was loading something.
Loading all the new parts and pieces into it. I switched out everything.
Oh, somebody left a piece of equipment down here in the middle of the road.
Ah, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
That dang boss again.
No doubt. What's he doing? Frickin' guy. Okay. I got a fuel truck on. Yes, I do.
Yeah, the fuel truck's right there at the top of the hill.
Yeah, I know. Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't know whether I'll make it. We'll try. Okay. Yeah, see, that's too much. Saving. So when you take a cut, like take a bit, you know what I mean? But don't take too much. And then you're going to go over it and over it and over it and over it and over it again. Now, the dozer does delete dirt. Like you do end up pushing a lot, but it does delete dirt as well.
You full yet? A wingtip. I think we lost wingtip.
You're still in chat. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Oh, that's okay, Isaiah. It's all good, man. I can't really chat too much when I'm doing work anyway. Because you really got to pay attention to that blade. Hey, Grave. Oh, okay. We lost Wingtip. His internet went all crappy on him. Hey, Kim, you're by yourself, bud. Not a problem, Wingtip. Seriously, not a problem, man. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for helping out. Were you not able to sleep, Grave? I mean, welcome back and all, but... Gotcha. Not a problem, man. Well, thanks for joining us. We'll put you to sleep. No problem, buddy. I've been there and I've done that. Grave many times. Just can't fall asleep. Stare at the ceiling, count sheep, whatever. Can't fall asleep. You know, all those crazy suggestions people say. Well, just try this. It'll put you out. No. That doesn't work. I don't know about you, but me and my brain won't shut off. It just won't stop. More ideas, things I want to do. Sometimes I even have to get up and start playing because I have an idea for a factory or I have an idea for something and I can't get it out of my head. And so I go build it. I mean, if I'm not working. Working, well, that's a totally different, yeah, that's a different scenario, unfortunately.
Well, you can do what I do.
What's your fix? I'm always willing to try, Chef.
Find a really boring documentary
Ah, yeah.
and lie in bed and listen to it.
Gotcha.
Or something with, for example, David Attenborough.
Oh,
He has a really
Yeah,
calming voice.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's that. Yeah, I'm with you, Reaper. I'm with you, Grave. Absolutely. Been there, done that, buddy. Many, many times. Like I said, working is the only time that it really pisses me off. Because it's like I worked a really, really good day. You know, lots of labor and work. You know, like yeah, I worked, and yet the body is right, doesn't want to move, doesn't want to do anything. But the brain, it just won't shut off. I used to, when I was a lot younger, play chess games in my head to try and help me fall asleep. Because it's rather boring to run through a chess game in your head. You know what I mean? For me, anyways. Kim's idea. Find a David Attenborough documentary about something you don't care about, and then sit and watch that. He's a good guy to put you to sleep.
No. Lay in bed, turn on the lights, and the only thing you hear is his voice. Shut your eyes, and then you'll.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. So just listen to it. Don't watch the documentary. I gotcha.
No.
I gotcha.
Is it time? Can I try your road?
Really close. Yeah, we're almost there. If you can get by me, I mean, okay. Next trip.
Yeah, you didn't give me a straight answer, so
Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha, man.
time is money.
Yep. I could have cut that down a little better. Gotcha. And what, the dreams wake you up? Good dreams, bad dreams, whatever.
Some people find sleeping a waste of time
Yeah.
and boring. I love sleeping.
Depends on if I'm busy or not. I can remember a few times in life where I was really busy and I would have rather not had to sleep, but you have to sleep. There's no, ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because if you don't, I mean, you can put up with it for a day or two. That's no big deal. But it will come back on you.
I feel hungover if I don't sleep.
Yeah, there's a couple of chemicals in the brain that need to be replenished throughout a day. And if you don't sleep, you don't produce those chemicals. And then you can get sleep deprivation, which is, well, it can be trained India. The army does it all the time. I lived a life of not sleeping very much because of being a truck driver. So now I don't sleep a lot. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. So, Grave, in the summer there, do you stay up for 22 hours then? And then sleep 1 or 2? And then stay up for 22 hours and sleep 1 or 2? Or do you like nap 1 or 2 hours at a time, get up, do something for however long, and then go back and have another nap, 1 to 2 hours, and then get up and then 1 to 2 hours? Oh, okay. I have at times slept only a couple hours when I was driving truck, but I can't do that. That doesn't, not forever. That's not how I work anyway. I have to eventually sleep. And sometimes if I do it for too long, right, then when I sleep huge. Like, I pass out for quite a long time. But if I get 5 to 6 hours a night, I'm good. That's about it. That's what I get. About 5 to 6 hours a night. You can come this way, Kim.
Sorry, I forgot.
It's all good. I gotcha. Hey, I was gonna say, by the way, when you do another video, because the one I watched was like all the cars lining up. I'd like to see some of the derby, dude. You should like record the race or something if you can, and then put that up. Let me know you've done it, and I'd like to come. I'd like to watch one of your. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was just thinking, like, the one video I watched, you did a video of the lineup, like where they were all lining up for it, and then you shut it off, and you didn't. That was it. Like, oh, I was just thinking you should show the derby. I don't know, dude. Like, I think it'd be neat to watch. And I mean, let me know what car is yours. You know, that's probably what you're going to focus on. I get it. But that'd be kind of neat, man. Okay, I think the road's ready. We'll see how good of a turnaround it is, though.
So is the road ready for me?
Absolutely, man. Go hard.
Okay.
You're going to have to stay hard right. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Yeah, it should be ready to go, man. I'm going to have to go downstairs after I pack this down for you, and I'm going to go throw a bunch in the other system and see how these two work well together. Right, for the upper and down. Going...
Hey, D.
What's up?
I'm hitting something here.
I mean, you're hitting something.
There's an invisible barrier.
Okay, give me a sec. But right there. I bet you there's a chunk of rock somewhere.
Not that I can see. Jump in and try to drive forward.
Well, let me take a quick look first. Is it like right in front of you?
Yep.
Yeah, not seeing it.
Huh. You made it through.
I'm still gonna have to widen. Well, no, you can make the corner now. Okay, there.
It's good.
Let me know if you run into that issue again.
Will do.
Because then I'm not seeing any dirt. You know, that one little sliver of dirt gets left up there. Cool. Number 71. Okay, cool. Except that's 41. Okay, cool. I think that'd be neat to see, dude. Your grandma was in it. Okay, cool, grandma. Sweet. Cool. Excuse me, everybody. Big car was a V8. Don't know what the small car was. Probably a 6 or a 4, depending on how small it was.
Same problem, D.
Wow.
The invisible man is standing in the way.
Okay, back up. I'm going to save, and I'm going to log out and log back in.
Okay.
And we'll see if we can find that chunk of dirt. It's obviously a chunk of dirt. Cool, Grave. Well, no, don't stay up all night or nothing like that, but yeah, cool. I mean, I would think, family or not, a derby would get you some views on your channel. So, but showing the lineup kind of left me wanting more. You know what I mean? Like, well, how was the race? You know, how did you do? You know, good or bad, right? Some more forestry aspects to this game. Yeah, I see your point. Like clearing forests and whatnot. Hey, Milkshake. I agree. I mean, it's a lot of fun in Farm Sim. You know, messing around with the, whatchamacallits. With the forestry items, the stuff. All the things. Right, that go along with forestry. We have fun with it anyway, you know. I think this one's more about the mining and the construction and that kind of thing. But now, I mean, they're added road building, so you'd think, maybe they more immersive than one hitting. Yeah, I get you. I totally get you, man. Totally. Totally. Hey, are you jumping out, dude? Because I'm going to kick you
I
one.
will do. I'll jump out.
Okay. Okay, I pretty much got it all flattened out here. Missed a couple spots, but nothing big. Oh, don't say sorry, Grave. No, it's all good, bud. And it was just the one I watched. You know what I mean? Like, you could have other ones on there. The way the inventory works, hard to move things between backpack and world. Yeah, I get you. And you'd have to basically cut the tree, right? Drag it with a skidder or however they wish to do it, whether it be a whatever, you know what I mean, a zip line or whatever they want to do. And then drag it to a location, right? Stack them up and then load those onto a truck and then take that down to a sale place, whatever, a logging camp, a sawmill, a whatever, right? And have that all. Okay, I'm going to reboot here real quick. Give me a minute, everybody. Suspected to be done by modders later on if it won't come from the official devs. Yeah, I get you. Give me a sec. They really need to hide that password. You do suspect might be done by modders. 12, and you had to be 16. Well, I was in the pits, and I did not get bothered because of... Yeah, okay. I used to look a lot older myself, too. I was drinking by the time I was 14, 15, so because I was tall, and I could walk into the liquor store and... Okay, I'm back in, Kim.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened to the dirt?
It just looks empty to you. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I can't find the little sliver that's doing it. I don't know where it is.
It just looks empty to me. So,
I know.
so it's full to you?
Yeah, it's full.
Not to me. To me, it's empty. Strange.
Okay, no. I want you on the right-hand side.
There's some dirt in your bucket.
Yeah, I know. Come down that right-hand side. Go for it. Okay. That worked just fine. Cool. And you have enough room to turn around. Okay. All is well with the world. Okay, I'm going to head downstairs. And I'm going to do a bit of digging down there. Because I'm wondering how these two, you know what I mean? How it all works together.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna try to dump the invisible dirt.
Alrighty. Well, on my screen, you dumped it.
Wow. Suddenly it appeared.
Suddenly. Yeah, no doubt. Cool.
Strange.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Okay. I'm going to head downstairs, dude. I gave you a fuel tank up top, so you're able to do your thing and fuel up and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I got to get more mesh together and put more mesh up in this ceiling. Ooh. Ooh, that's what I hit. Keep finding floor panels in here. I don't see any more. So we started this before the beta branch. I made about $9 to $15 million on top of buying loaders and equipment and excavators and stuff like that. When the beta branch came out, kept crashing since moving to beta. Okay, well, I deleted all of my conveyors and belts and such. Like, I deleted all that stuff, right? And then started new with new belts. Kept my storages and all that. But, yeah, the basement here was dug before the beta. And, I mean, it loaded and it seemed to work and everything was good. So, I continued to... Without, like, a lot of crashing and whatnot. I mean, I'm not saying I haven't crashed. I've crashed a couple times, right? But not, like, extraordinarily. You know, I've been doing just fine. Oh, it's a bummer you had to restart. I've also had upwards of 4 people in here at a time helping me out, digging, you know, big time, and they're good players. They all know what they're doing. Most of the building has been left to me. Not all of it, but most of it. The whole entire wash plant is mine. I don't know that you've seen my wash plant. It's quite extensive. I wanted it big. I didn't want to make a small wash plant. To be honest, I also sold everything I had, put it into company money. Company to fast track your setup. Yeah, I gotcha. I had pretty good cash. We said about 15. You know, 15 million. Roundabout. I bet you I sold off, I don't know, 3 million worth of stuff. You know, I had parts, pieces, ores, copper, and that sort of thing, all sitting around waiting for, you know, to either be used or make something out of it or whatever. So I ended up selling all that off. Buy excavator and loader operators that know what they're doing. I drove a dump truck in a mine, and I was amazed at what a lot of these guys were able to do, you know, with their machines and whatnot. I'm a decent loader operator. I'm not that bad. In game, I'm not that bad. And in real life, I can still run a loader. Not excellent. You know what I mean? Oh. No, that's okay. I gotta pay more attention to my ads. Hey, Garth. Oops. What the heck did I do? Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, like how to make a bench and how to do the mine all the way down. Excavators and loaders, and then clean up the wall is my only suggestion to you. Open pit with shelves. I'm still learning that myself, to be honest. But I do know how I'm going to tackle it. It's going to be with excavators. So you can dig off the end of that shelf right? And then clean it up with a loader. And yep, that's how I plan on doing it. I have to actually make a shelf up there where we're digging in our open pit area. So you could do it with concrete. You know, no different than this, right? Make your shelves up and down, make them out with concrete. I don't know. It's an idea. You don't know have any other way to do it. Otherwise, it's a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of shovel work to get that done. Like, a lot of just what I finished doing, tapping and everything else. You can do it with a packer, but eventually that packer's not going to do, like, the finished job, because that's just the nature of this game. And you're going to end up having to do it. I get you. I'm with you 100%. But then you're looking at shovel tapping. To be honest with you, that's what you're going to end up doing. Filling, shovel tap, fill, shovel tap. Right? Take the packer over top of it. Shovel tap, shovel tap, shovel tap. It's constant, dude. The gamers that I've seen do it have a lot of people. They got a lot of shovel tappers. They got a lot of workers. You know what I mean? To come help them out. Because you get 10 people on a hill or on a ramp, and you can get that ramp made pretty quick with a whole bunch of workers. Like with a whole bunch of people in there, you know, tapping and grabbing dirt and putting dirt down and all that. The roller doesn't do a really good job. The roller will pack parts of it far too much, and other parts of it, and I don't have any rhyme or reason for you. You know what I mean? Having two people, it works really well with a roller, because then one guy's tossing dirt while the other guy rolls over top of it. Toss more dirt, roll over top of it, toss more dirt, and then you'll eventually build it up. And so that your ramps are flat, so that your shelves are flat, all the rest of that. That's what I was saying. Really good excavators, operators, and then loaders to clean it up, like to clean up afterwards. And yeah, you should be able to make a shelf mine, like an open pit shelf mine. You should be able to do it, but it's going to be a lot of extra work. Like I said, I mean, to me anyways, I think it's going to be a lot of extra. I've tried bulldozing, grading, like with a grader, and then packer, and no matter what, I still end up getting out and walking up and down that ramp and doing it by hand with a shovel. You take a lot of the work out of it by doing proper, you know, proper grader work and all the rest of that. Cool. Thanks, Grave. I'll go watch that derby. Okay, I might have to go. I want to go check my my belts here, just to make sure I don't have any other oopses like I did before. Actually, I want to grab some coal from downstairs anyways. Okay. No, that's all good. I'm not as experienced as you might think. Not in this game, anyways. I played it for a short period of time when the dirt was round little balls. That was quite a while ago. Quite a few renditions, quite a few updates ago. Then I watched a guy play it. Split in Two was the streamer. And I noticed that the dirt had changed, a lot of the parameters had changed, the buildings had changed, a lot of stuff had changed in the time. And so I thought, okay, cool. I'm gonna fire up a stream myself, and also found a couple of the folks that I play with off and on, like Kim and Mr. Mao and Wingtip and whatnot, all had the game and wanted to play, and so there was some interest on the channel, right, for me to go in and play this. And so I did. Now I'm an old fart, right? And I've got quite a bit of truck driving and construction experience and whatnot. Hauling into and out of construction zones. And the fact that I've run my own construction, well, I ran a part of a construction company. Me and a guy ran it. He handled the equipment and I handled the parts and pieces. Doing a lot of the blueprints and whatnot. So, I've run a lot of equipment in my life, stuff like that. Not a lot, I guess. I've done a lot of loader work anyway. Yeah. Just quite tasking on your PC. Okay, I got you. Doesn't set on fire. I got you. My PC was okay back then. I actually had, I wish I could show people. I don't think that one would load anymore, that save. What I did was I tunnel mined into a mountain, like an actual one of the mountains in the game, right? And then I put conveyors underneath me. You're off to bed. Have a good night, Grave. Thanks for dropping by, man. Thanks for posting those videos, dude. Hey, everybody, check out Grave Reaper's channel. I'll have to figure out what his channel name is. But go check out his channel. He's his parents, grandparents, they run derbies. And so he's posting pics of them. Anyways, so I tunnel bored into this mountain pretty far. Like very far. It's going to save, dude. And then I took explosives and I blew out, after I put conveyors down on the bottom, right? I took explosives and I blew up the roof. Then as I blew the thing out, I put up angles, and then I ended up with this huge cavity. I was a multi-billionaire in that game. I thought it was neat, but I didn't really I didn't really enjoy blowing the heck out of a mountain. I'd rather dig it out now. Like, I'd rather use the equipment, dig it out properly. Not that I won't do the tunnel boring machine, but I don't know. To me, I think this is a little bit more fun to run a loader, excavators, stuff like that, mine it out properly, as it were. And we're trying different flooring to see what myself and the other players are happy with. Meaning down here we're using, like you notice that I'm on concrete. On the other level that I was at, I'm just grabbing some coal because I wanted some coal in the system. But when I'm upstairs, I'm running just on ground. And I'm having to maintain that ground. You know, packer unit, shovel taps, and all the rest of that. So... big excavator fan. Yeah, okay. Even set up head tracking so I can play it first person without having to use my mouse and look around, so I can operate it smoothly. Okay, very cool. Are you two joysticks? Or are you mouse? How do you operate the excavator? Like, are you a two joystick guy? You're out? Grave Reaper X. Okay, cool. Thanks, Grave. Hey, everybody, go check out his channel. Oh, it's on YouTube, by the way, everybody. Joystick is from Flight Sim. Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm just going to go check out... this is my wash plant, by the way, Milkshake. So I got 4 lines coming out. You know what I mean? Everything down the way. Froth floaters on the bottom end over there. Everything else comes up. I'm using wash plants instead of sluicers or whatever, so that everything passes through. I'm not holding on to anything, so it all goes up to my inventories. I'm just interested as to whether I've got any sort of overflow problems down here. The belts on my left come from downstairs, where I was. The belts on my right come from where Kim is working in the open pit mine. So I don't think I have an issue here. I don't see anything overflowing. Okay. Yeah, we had a huge overflow problem before. Huge overflow problem. Everything seems to be running. No issues. Okay. Yeah, I got 3 of these levels. We're trying flooring on this one. So foundations into flooring. And then we're going to continue with the flooring to keep the bucket level, right? And to make it nice and neat and tidy and blah, blah, blah. And to keep yourself nice and level. The second floor is the one I was working on before. That one has no concrete, no flooring, no nothing. We're trying that out. We're just checking it out to see, you know, how easy is it? I'm doing the roof because anything that falls, right, from the roof ends up on the ground, and then you get deformations and all the rest of that fun stuff. I'm finding that I overflow the bucket, and that drops on the ground, and I'm constantly fixing it. And then, of course, I have a packer here because, I mean, as you dig out, blow up some new stuff, dig out some more, you end up deforming your ground. But I haven't, it's not too bad. I figure I'm keeping that fairly level. And then the basement is foundations, what I call foundations, the blocks, right? Rather than the flooring, which is the first level. Like I said, we're just trying out different stuff. We're just checking it out, seeing which way, you know, to do it. Which way is best? Which way we like? Which way? Blah 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 blah. We're trying it out. I find I get stuck on this stuff on the flooring, whereas I call them foundations. The blocks, your bucket doesn't get stuck on them. I find, anyways. So, anyway, I think we're okay in here. I'm gonna go check my wash plant real quick here. I got to put a roof on this. Yeah, I don't see an issue at the transfer points. Cool. Thanks for the follow, Milkshake. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't see. See, we had a huge issue here, like huge issue. Lots of overflow. Lots of issues and problems here. I still have to delete all that stuff. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. It was Wingtip's idea to put whatchamacallits right over top, rather than using the mergers. Just put a thing over top and it merges it just fine. A lot less belts. So yeah, this is our pit mine. So you were saying how to do like you'll notice mine are convoluted, dude. Mine are not straight. Mine are not, they don't look good. Like I said, I've seen pit mines where they look really good, right? I think when I get down a bit, when I get out of this really choppy ground, I think I'll do a lot better. Because I can put my excavator, right, up on top of this and then dig it out nice and straight. You know what I mean? And follow that bench, follow that down. Until we get there, our pit mine's looking rather messy. You know what I mean? You were saying you have a hard time. Okay, well, that's same thing. I don't think I'm much better. I don't know whether I'm the guy to tell you how, because I'm same thing. As far as making the ramps, I cut this with a dozer, right? Started on the left, cut it thin, went up and down it, and then I moved over. Cut it again, moved over, cut it again, moved over, cut it again, moved over, cut it again. It got too thick, so I had to get up on top, cut it down, and cut it and cut it and cut it and cut it. And yeah, I mean, it's still messy, if you want to call it that messy. But my problem with putting an excavator up here, right, on this level, and then digging down, is that I would have to like slice this out. Do you know what I mean? Like I'd have to flatten it and slice it out and then get up here with an excavator and then load the truck up from up top here. Don't go too much more this way, Kim. Like where I'm standing up top here behind you. Okay, don't go too much further this way because you're getting into ground that you can't dig, and I'm gonna have to get it with an excavator. But we'll try to straighten this off and make a level out of it. You know what I mean? Then I'll get the excavator
Are
up
you
here.
talking to me?
Yeah, Kim. Yeah, don't go too much more to the east. You know what I mean? Like try to, and then I'm gonna have to get up here and flatten it. Maybe make a cut with a with the whatchamacallit, with the dozer. Make a cut up here, and then flatten it all out. Because this, I can't put an excavator on top of this. That just wouldn't. It wouldn't be cool. It wouldn't work out right. So maybe I'll get up here with a dozer and I'll do I'll dig it out because it's all top soil anyway. I don't really care about it, and I'll cut off the top layer of topsoil. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're gonna make a okay. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I could do that with instead of concrete. I could do it with the traffic barriers. What do you think? Or do you want to? Do you think the concrete will work for you? That'll give you a good mark.
Just an idea.
Okay, cool. Go hard, man. Go hard. I gotta go check the wash plant. I'm gonna go pull all my stuff out of my inventories over there. And then if you make it to here, I'll make a cut and chop all this down about 2 or 3 feet, and then slice off the top of it and dozer that, and then we'll have because yeah, the milkshake, the plan is to have an excavator on this top portion, you know, digging down, loading the truck, digging down, loading the truck. But we got too high. I'll be honest with you, this is way too high because an excavator won't dig. I think anyways, the optimum height for an excavator would be that the bottom of the bucket reaches down to the bottom of the, you know what I mean, just so that when you're scraping, you're not making huge gouges, and then a loader can come in behind you and clean up nice and easy, you know what I mean, and make it nice and straight and flat. Your excavator moves backwards and cuts the wall as you dig backwards. And that's about the only way I can. And it's, I mean, if you watch Split in Two Gaming, that's the way he does it. I do believe that's the way they do it in the mines. You know what I mean? That they'll make a, like you said, a cut. You know what I mean? Or a bench. And so anyway, dude, that's the plan. It's slowly coming together. I'm going to go check the plant here real quick and then come back up and do that dozer work. Even when you don't seem to touch it, smooth an excavator before, to be honest. It's just the different levels that I tend to struggle with. Planning. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, those are still. How's my gravel? Yeah, getting there. Okay, cool. I think planning will come to you as you do more, mine more, play more. I always end up with one big level. Yeah, I got you there, man. Okay. Probably should have the excavator on me. Well, I don't know about moving the blade. I do know that until you get things super smooth, your blade is constantly going to be moving on the front end of a dozer. Or a grader, for that matter. Like, if you're watching the GPS, that blade will constantly be moving. Constantly. And, I mean, you gotta worry about it when it gets, you know, past about 3%, if you really want to worry about that. But before 3%, I mean, it's not like you shouldn't pay attention to it, but there's people that don't use GPS at all. And so, like I said, until this would be the view that you have inside a dozer, right? And so as your dozer is, you know what I mean, moving around and whatnot, the only thing you have is eyesight. I don't know dozers even with GPS attached to them. Those dozers aren't, you're not looking at your blade level, like whether you're level or not. The one I was in anyways. It told me what grade I was at, what elevation I was at, but it didn't really give me a, you know what I mean? You do that by view. I use it, but not as a, like, not something that I constantly pay attention to. I should just push it that way off the edge. Come on, baby. Move for me. Holy. Let me out. A little bit of clearing, but didn't get. Make a decent sized bench. I got you. Holy. You'll notice I don't worry about the side to side as much in the 1 to 2% range. Like, I'm not worried about it as much. 1 to 2% is nothing. You'd be fighting with yourself to try to keep it at 0. You start getting above 3%, you better start paying attention to it, and you better start worrying. A lot of it is by sight, and it's a lot more of the up and down of the blade, keeping yourself. And when you screw up, don't be afraid to back out of it and start again. Welcome back, Isaiah. Yeah, I want to push it all out, though. Basically, this time around, I want to dump everything off the edge. You dug a little too far, Kim.
Didn't have access to the plants.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm the one hosting it, though. I'm making a place for my excavator to sit on. Because it was way too bumpy up here. Way too uneven. The big one, Isaiah. Well, I'm not going to make it perfect, Milkshake. That's not the... But I did want, you know what I mean, a general sense of getting rid of the really low spots, the really high spots, and then make it fairly decent for myself to run on, so I'm not messing with stuff. I have yet to be able to get my pedals to be the tracks, which is what I wanted, because then I'm like a real excavator. I have not been able to get my pedals to work that way. Yeah, it's just, and like I said, I'm not looking for perfection, but I just want to keep the bucket relatively straight, right? When I'm doing my thing. I wish. I really do, dude. I wish. I put a lot of my money into a server so that I have a server sitting beside me. That's where a lot of my cash went. But now that I'm running that server, a lot of the other games that I cover on my channel, I'm actually hosting them. And it helps a lot with the players. I would use the whatchamacallit, the clutch and the fuel, right? Because the brake has that nasty freaking spring on it that I'm not really interested in farting around with. So I would use the fuel and the clutch to run the tracks, and then have a button set up to reverse them. Like in an excavator, you're using, your toes and your heels, right, to move different tracks, right? Or, I mean, yeah, there's two sticks in front of you, but usually you're using your feet because you got your hands for the bucket to help you move around and turn and spin and all the rest of that. I can't get my pedals to work. For whatever reason on this G920, I can't get my brake to work. I don't have brakes in this game. So for whatever reason, I can't get that stuff to work. And I don't know why. I'm a little kind of about it. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. I'm hoping it gets better. I have complained about it. So we'll see how that works out in the future. I have dirt in my hotbar in the 4th position. I got 3,067 dirt sitting there. And you just apply the dirt. Fill holes. Oh, terraforming locked. Unless terraforming's locked. Ah. Yeah, left click. I'm just left clicking my mouse. That's it. That's the gist. Yep. I tried everything. I got you. And yeah, Isaiah, yeah, that break stiffness just, it takes, yeah, all the enjoyment out of trying to use it as your foot pedals, it takes it right out. Yeah. Okay, well, this is looking pretty good. Like I said, I wasn't looking for perfection, but yeah, I need to have somewhat of a flat area to work an excavator on. Yeah, I'm going to try to have the excavator up by the time you get back, Kim.
Okay.
Okay, but race cars don't have that stiff of brakes. Not that I know of. Now, it's not like I'm, tied into NASCAR or anything like that, but I know a couple guys that have made some race cars over the years and run them on dirt tracks and stuff. Yeah. I can push so hard on my brake on my my 920 that I push my chair backwards. Like that's not cool. That's not the way a brake is supposed to be. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's supposed to have a bit of stiffness to it, but that is way too much. Like way, way, way too much. As far as I'm concerned, anyways. As far as I look at it, that's way too much brake stiffness. I don't need that much. That's it's overkill. Like they didn't know, you know what I mean? Like that's not that much. There isn't that big of a spring on brakes. And the problem is that as you push down on the brake, depending upon what kind of brakes you got, but if it's the old hydraulic, basically, brake, yeah, it gets stiffer as you get up there, like as you push down and push down and push down, because the pressure gets greater within the system, and the master cylinder transfers that. Yeah, but it's not extremely stiff at the beginning. It's much, yeah. I don't know. I've always hated it. As far as that goes, like I've always hated stiff brakes like that. Unimpressed. There's a guy that online that showed how he set up his took his G-force wheel apart, his brake, and took the spring out of the brake. I'm like, oh, well, that works. I'm wondering if it's actually doable and whether it would work or not. Your resistance 923 just has a rubber stiff spring. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really interested in taking my wheel, my pedals, all that stuff apart. I don't mind the heavy brake when I'm playing a racing game. You know what I mean? Because you don't really want to, be hammering on your brakes anyways. Super easy, and with there's a rubber stopper. Has just a super stiff spring. And in a second, I got it out of the box. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't mind it, because for the most part, like when I play American Truck Simulator. Okay, I drove truck for 36 years. I did some construction. I did some other stuff, yada, yada. Most of my time on construction sites was in an actual truck, whether it be a deck or something delivering, whether it be a low boy grabbing equipment, or whether it be, say, with an end dump or a dump truck. Okay, so a lot of my time was on construction sites in a dump truck. I have jumped into equipment, though. That has happened. Skid steers all the way up to excavators. The brakes in a big truck, those, you want it to be stiffer as it goes down. The air pressure, when you go to put 100 psi brake application, you want it to be a bit stiff. When I'm driving truck, I don't mind the spring, in other words. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that rubber stopper, I don't know, man. I don't know. I really do need to get a second joystick. The hat on the 920 wheel is really, really rough. For whatchamacallit. It's not worth the price. The true force sucks so bad. Yeah, I gotcha. I did take my force feedback out of my wheel. I was actually able to do that on the 920. Like, I just turned it off in the settings. I turned it off. I've done some racing and such, back roads, country roads. Not true racing. This is more like just a bunch of young kids farting around in cars. There was never that much force feedback in a big truck. Okay, maybe back in the 70s, when we had Armstrong steering, maybe there was that much. Not now. Not that, yeah. Another bind other than break? Using my clutch. No, I got 3 pedals, Isaiah. And my brake is not working on this game. It's not working. Oh, it's there. The slider moves up. But it's not applying any kind of brake. I've tried turning sensitivity way up. I've tried turning sensitivity way down. I've tried a whole you got to back up a bit, dude. Sorry, man. Move over to your left a little bit, bud. Use the clutch as a brake. Okay. Yeah, it's not like I'm using the clutch in this game anyway. Oops. Because I was not gonna. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that. I'll have to switch that over. You might have to clean this up a bit with the loader here, dude. Spin around. Sorry, man. Spin around and nose in against the wall. Sorry, bud. I'll, okay, let's try that right now. Controls. Loader. Twisted. Oh, thanks, dude. Well, that sure made a bit of a difference.
Where do you want me?
Right there. Yeah, brakes are working. It's just going to be really weird to go be reaching over for that clutch for the brakes. Either that or if I 2-foot it. Let's try that. Let's try 2-footing here for a minute.
That one digger, the Churchian EX200D, has a, looks like it has a really long arm.
Yeah, but what's the size of the bucket? What's the bucket size on it?
Not much.
Right.
1.6 M3.
Yeah. 1.6. Look at the 8,000 and look at what the bucket size is. Oops. That didn't turn out to be much of a bucket. Radar! Thank you very much for the follow.
37.6.
Right. So would you rather me fill you with 37.6 or 1.6? If that's even a question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Think you're done, aren't you?
One more.
Okay.
You can see it's full when there's like a pyramid, but with a flat top
Yeah.
in the back.
The ripper in a dozer is for breaking ground. That's basically what it's used for. And the ripper in this game does not work the way a ripper works in real life. The ripper used to work fairly close. And then they made some changes and did some updates and whatnot, and it just didn't really transfer. I'm not very impressed with the ripper in this game, with how it works. I just tried it again here. I've tried it a while back, but I tried it again here. And like I said, don't like the way that worked out. It's supposed to break ground because grass and topsoil is and can be extremely hard and very hard to cut through, even with a dozer bucket, like even with a dozer blade, right? Really hard to break through that stuff. Really hard to break ground. So you use the ripper to get rid of that topsoil. As you dig down, and I don't know about anywhere else in the world, but here in North America, in Canada, you dig down, you get into what is, well, basically clay. And, oh, turn around, bud. I'm going to get back up to the excavator again. You get down into that clay, and that stuff is like nigh on to impossible. I'm going to have to go around. That stuff's nigh on to impossible to dig through. So you end up going into it with the ripper or with a set of rippers. Can I get up there? Nope. I was close. Might have to make a stairway here. Either that or I'll dip my bucket down next time.
I made a hole.
Oh, what am I? No, dude. What am I thinking? Just drive. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What's wrong?
I jumped in and my wheel was turned. And it just immediately decided it was going to move me.
Made a little shortcut here.
Oh, I don't need it because I can just use the drive function in the map.
Lucky you.
Yeah, well.
I can't.
Can you back up more?
Yep, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. Basically right into the hill. There you go.
Have you ever seen them old style excavator with oh, what's it called? They could open like a hole in the bucket.
Yeah, it's front load with a bottom drop.
Yeah, bottom drop.
Yeah. Hey, Radar. Choose through bucket teeth and hours. Yeah. Yeah, if you try to dig out topsoil, like the way we're doing with the excavator, the way it's done in this game, yeah, you'd rip through teeth and, like, it wouldn't take long. And you'd have ripped your teeth out of your bucket.
So what's the plan for going down? Digging down?
What do you mean?
Well, you said earlier we have the ramp up, but in the future we're gonna have a ramp down.
Yeah. So eventually we're going to dig that ramp that comes up to get in here. That will eventually be a ramp down because we'll have dug it out.
Yeah, and my question is, where will you start digging down? From back here or from at the ramp?
Well, I mean, eventually, all right, where the dumping station is, that's going to have to stay now because we've made a dumping station out of it, right? So that's eventually going to have to stay, right? Like that's just the way that is. There's not a lot we can do to take that dumping. I'm not going to go moving that dumping station, in other words.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, how will you? What's the plan for digging down?
Okay, wait a minute. Autosave's coming. Don't dump. Oh, you're right way over there. Okay. So as we get all this whole area down to the level of where the dumping station is, right? As we go back and forth with the excavator over and over and over again and dig down to that level. Eventually, we're going to start to dig a ramp down, either with loaders or excavator, right? That eventually the gravel road that you just came up, that will probably stay, and I will use a ramp out back down where the fuel truck is right now. You know what I mean? And then this will go down and down and down and down and down. I'm contemplating having the road that you're coming up right now stays, and it will be that truck width, like all the way around the pit mine. And then there might be another ramp down in another place, just to give us a different, like various places to come into here and various places to get out. Sorry, I got to go back through my chat here. When I'm running an excavator, I usually pay a lot of attention to the excavator. Guys, I'm running a hat. On my left hand is a hat. And so shit's going to screw up lots. It's just the way it is. My right hand is a, whatchamacallit? A joystick. Because I'm using the construction side panel. So the left hand is really screwed up. I would really like to get a, whatchamacallit? Another joystick. I really would.
I googled pit mine.
Yeah. And you got some pictures?
Driving around and around.
Yep. That is... Eventually, when you're digging a pit mine, you have no choice but to drive long distances to get out of them. Because that's just the way... It's the way it goes.
So they don't use, like, huge conveyors in real life?
Not over long distances. Nope. Conveyors have an issue with breaking down. When a conveyor breaks down, the whole entire mine is shut down. When a truck breaks down, you go get another truck.
Yeah, I see.
Right. And there's usually like multiple trucks in a mine anyways. Right? And so, yeah, you don't run conveyors like that, like huge distances up and whatnot. That's not how it's done. Yeah, it's, I mean, if you were in a gaming scenario, right, and you didn't have maintenance on your rollers and on your, well, it'd be the rollers underneath the conveyor, right? If that didn't exist, then fine, right? You'd be okay. But because it does in real life, no. And I've seen some rather long conveyors. Like I said, that one aggregate pit that I would haul in and out of around Villeneuve. That's quite the place, actually.
had to Google something I remember seeing a so-called bucket wheel excavator.
Yeah.
Those are huge.
Yes, they are. As I understand it, they might even put one in this game. How that's
Yeah,
all
that would
going
be
to set
something.
up and work and what, I have no idea. Run 20 plus automated dump trucks. Yeah, no doubt. I don't doubt it, dude. I don't doubt it whatsoever. Oops.
Need me to reposition.
Yeah, I don't think I can reach you no more. Can you get over here and... New equipment coming. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I had a lot of fun. Tractor scrapers would be sweet. Yeah. Okay, that works, man. That works. That didn't work.
Like that.
No, pull out. Get out of here. We're gonna have to clean up that wall with the whatchamacallit here. See if I can leave that trailer brake on. That is huge. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you think we got some big equipment now. Wait until that puppy hits. Yeah, no doubt. Loads of new gear, yeah. They're doing a lot of work on this game, but they're having good success at it. So, it's good to see. It really is. It is really good to see. I had fun with this game long time ago. Like I said, I think the first time I ever played it, Radar, you might not have heard this, but when the dirt was round balls was the first time I played this, right? So that gives you a gauge on how long ago. And up here where I'm standing, kind of come in at an angle. There, Kim. Kind of come into there at an angle, and we should be good. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm happy. You don't have to go right in there, Kim. That's good enough, bud. That's good enough. To me, like indie games, which I do count this as an indie game, right? I know it's probably got a little bit more of a team behind it, but I mean, these guys started out, the North Modding Company started out as just, I do believe, farm sim modders. You know, I mean, just a group of guys that they would mod farm sim, right? Like that was what they did. I could be totally wrong. I haven't really looked it up, you know, as far as that goes. But when they started to work on this and get some traction, you know what I mean? People started playing it. I mean, you give me a good game, I'll come play it. You know, not a problem. That's, like I said, though, first time I played it was round balls. Yeah, early days. Yeah, round balls. And I had like a multi-billion-dollar operation, which I had a lot of fun building. I tunneled into a mountain, like into the bottom of a mountain, and then I lined it with conveyor belts, just regular conveyor belts, and then basically blew the ceiling off the place, and I made like this huge cavern. It was hilarious, and all of that chunked through the system that I had made, the wash plant that I had made. It was kind of fun. I don't know. I had fun with it, but then I'm like, you know, I mean, I want more to the equipment. Like I wanted more, I don't know, just more. I wanted more. And then I watched Splitting 2 play it quite a while ago. And I looked at the additions that had been put into the game and all the rest of that. It looked fun. So, we're back playing it. And then a couple folks from the channel said, hey man, I've got that game. You know, I've got that game. Can I come play with you? And I'm like, sure, absolutely. I think you're full there, dude.
Yep.
I'll dig this face out a little bit more so you can get into it. So go back to there when you come back. Go back to that same position, and we'll dig this face out a little bit more.
Yep.
The excavator's a little bit high in the, like it's a little bit, that bench is a little tall, but we'll get her going. New productions are sweet in the beta, having a good time with it. Yeah, yeah. My wash plant, my new wash plant is a monster. I had to build a big one. So I split it up into kind of 2 areas. Gravel into the whatchamacallit, the floaters. And then the front end of it, I made it so that everything goes into those 6 storages up at the top where Kim's name is, right? All of the stuff goes into there. And yeah, I had fun with it. A lot of fun with it. Trying to figure it out. Oh. So, my strong suggestion to everybody at some point in time is to go to Splitting 2 Gaming and go to his YouTube. I know, you know, Twitch gets mad when I lead people over to YouTube. But just for this tiny little thing, go over, and he did a tutorial. And I would do my own, but I mean, I'd just be copying him, right? So there's like no point in me doing a tutorial. I might do a walkthrough of my plant, you know, as far as how I built mine and the reason why I did what I did, because I did do a little bit differently. But he does a really good tutorial on how to build a plant. And you should check it out. It's like a 20-minute video. It's not that hard to watch. You know what I mean? It's fairly painless. Yeah, you've seen those. Okay. Just about everybody has. He does a lot of content. And if you go searching for, you know, how to build a wash plant, he'll come up. So anyway, I used that tutorial to build my plant. If that makes sense. No, yeah, I mean, I did my own thing, right? Because, well, I kind of have to. And I wanted something a little different in that I wanted to be able to go to my storages, right? And just basically grab stuff. And I didn't want to have to walk down into the plant to go get stuff out of those storages. This is a really horrible bucket, dude. But so I didn't want to have to, like, fart around and go walking down in there. I did put my gravel storages down there, which kind of contradicts what I just finished saying. But all in all, the basically the plant, I don't need to go down in there. That's okay, Isaiah. That's just fine. No, you're not being rude, man. Not at all, Isaiah. Thanks for watching. Me and Radar have been sitting here chatting anyway, so... It's all good, buddy. It's all good. I have a lot of folks that come by and lurk. So no problem, man. You go ahead and lurk. That fill you up? Get out and do some tapping. Tappy tap tap.
I'm gonna head to the store here in a minute. So
Okay. Well, maybe
get
I'll
back in,
if Radar, if you want, I'll go run through my plant and I'll explain some stuff if you're interested. I'll go and explain a few things. Because I mean, there's other folks watching, and I'll go explain a few things. And if you have any questions while I'm doing it, then yeah. Okay. Yeah, park it where it was, where you were, where you been, dude. And I'll
Yep.
maybe I'll do some packing up here. So my theory, Radar, was that I wanted my storages up here. I didn't want to have to run. If you look at Split's, whatchamacallit, he puts his storages down the wash plant. I wanted 8 storages right here. This is it. This is the factory. You know what I mean? Coal comes out of these 2. These ones are back of the shaker. So I'll get to it in a minute. The next 2 are pay dirt. So there's a lot of where our pay dirt's coming in on this one because down below here, I had to split, other than if you dump here, I had to split my plant between 2. And the point there was the left belt comes in from downstairs. If you've been watching for a while, you know that I have a downstairs and we're doing mining down there. The right belt here comes in from all the way down where we're digging the pit mine. So the pit mine comes in on one belt, the whatchamacallit comes in on the other belt. Okay? And it's just nice and, nice simple systems to get it up here. I don't know whether anyone's going to be dumping at this station anymore. I have no idea. But anyways, from there, right, like any other, I think like any other plant, depending on how many of these you want to run, right, you have to go through the coal screen first. So each one of these, right, 2 belts onto this coal screen, 2 belts onto that coal screen. I could have split it up, but if I've got guys digging down below and I've got a guy in the pit mine or I've got 2 guys in the pit mine, I didn't want to overload each other. You know what I mean? We can gauge in the pit mine, we can gauge how many trucks we got going there, and the guy downstairs, if there's people digging at all 3 of those levels, I don't know that they could overload the belts, but anyway, the trommel is next, right? And the trommel, splits off your good stuff, your pay dirt from your gravel or your blasted rock. The blasted rock goes down, crusher gets turned into gravel, and I'm holding it in this bin for now. I want to be able to grab gravel in case I want to build asphalt, and then for any of the cement that I'm going to be making. So that's why, and I would have, if I would have thought about it, dude, I could have run these 2 storages and put them up there, but I didn't want to have to come down here, but it ended up I had to come down here because once these fill up, that are going to allow the gravel to go on, and that's going to go into the froth floaters. I cannot say that word fast, right? So I got 4 of them set up, and then in the end, a tailings. I didn't know whether we would use tailings. I know it's garbage, and beyond that, it goes into a auto cell point. the other end of this, oops, get back up there. So the front end is the coal screen, which is the first 2 lines go up to the first 2. That's just coal. I agree. Get the coal out of there. Then you're not dealing with it in the rest of the system. The next 2 lines are pay dirt. Okay. And that comes out of the back of the trommel. So that's pay dirt. Pay dirt comes down the line. Now, you could put it through a sluice. I put it through a wash plant. Reason being, I didn't want to have to come down here to come grab stuff out of the storage. And in order to do that, you have to use a wash plant. Wash plant will allow everything to go through. And so I have to go through another trommel to get the dirt out to sell the dirt into this other sell point, which is why I did it that way. That's about the only difference, that I did it that way. Then the trommel, the good stuff that is left over, because of course all I'm pulling out of there is dirt. So everything else goes up, through, done, second set of storages. The third set is, let me get back up there. Oh. So the third set is the bottom end of the shaker. After the trommel, you put a shaker screen in, right? Before we get to the crusher, right? Cone crusher, jaw crusher. You put a shaker screen in, right? And that'll get good ores away from blasted rock, right? And then these 2 are your good ores, and they're my first 2 storages. So the first 2 storages should be good stuff if I was digging downstairs. The second 2 are stuff coming out of the, well, for me it's the wash plant. That would be your sluice, but for me, like I said, wash plant. This way I'm getting all the same ores, but I'm not getting the dirt come up here. The last 2 are anything coming out of the froth floater, right? After the 2 crushers, the jaw and the cone crusher. The gravel goes into a froth floater and then gets good stuff separated from it. I emptied it after I was digging downstairs, and we're all in pay dirt. We haven't run into any blasted rock. I'm trying not to sell dirt, so that goes to an oversight spot. Gravel and tailings will have their own dump stores, is what you're aiming for. So by oversight spot, do you mean you're just going to run a conveyor belt up in the air and let it drop off and make a huge pile? Is that your... So the trommel... Okay, well, that's cool. And that's the way it is in reality, right? So after the trommel, pay dirt and dirt go down below. They come up these 2 lines, and they go through the wash plant. In the wash plant, left over, you have gold, diamonds, rubies, silicone, and dirt, right? Is your 5 items coming out of the wash plant. Nothing gets held here, so it all comes out. So I have to go back through a trommel again, which is what this is. That's going back through another trommel. So it's the second trommel in the works. Because remember, I got trommels over there. So after the wash plant, I have to send it through a trommel again so that it splits off and sells the dirt. Now, so what I plan on doing is taking these 2 lines, right, that are just funnels, and I'm going to put a storage on each one of them. You never know when you're going to want to have dirt. I got $3,000 on me, right? So I got 3,000 dirt on me. I have no other dirt. I have no way of getting dirt. I would really like to have some dirt available to me. So I'm thinking either one of these will get a storage on it, or both of them will get a storage on it, and then turn that around and, you know, and shove that back through a sell point, so that when the storage overfills, it just sells through the sell point. I had no idea whether this game was going to use tailings for something. I mean, they don't really have a purpose, right? So the same thing here. I have a storage, and then once that storage fills up, because I don't know whether they're going to use them, I doubt it, but worst case, then I put it through a sell point, and the tailings will dump into here. No issue. Bob's your uncle. Easy peasy. I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the tailings. I'm going to do the same thing with the dirt. And that's the plan. And then all of it, like everything, comes back to these 8 storages. Right? So that all I have to do is run to these 8 storages unless I want gravel. And I'm not always going to want gravel. Like once I've built enough, you know, whatever, right? Once I've built enough, whatchamacallit, like concrete and asphalt. And then the other part is the asphalt plant. It's very, very simple. You have to hand feed gravel into it, right? You just come here, open it up, hand feed gravel into it. That gravel will go through the system, come around here, and go through the asphalt plant, which for right now, you don't even need oil for it. And then that all gets stored, right? Easy, easy. I don't overfill it very often, so I don't have anything. Oh, sorry. On the back end. You hand grab asphalt, feed it into this hopper. This hopper goes down and feeds the truck, right? When the truck is pulled up underneath it. Once the truck is full, because the truck only holds about 1,200 roundabout, the excess will dump down into this return line, which goes back up and goes back into the system. And not, you know what I mean? Then I'm not, you know, like, I don't know, having piles of asphalt running around. And that's the system, dude. That's my wash plant. That's how that, and then very simple. I think this is a very simple production. I used storages buried in the concrete to hang on to stuff. You know what I mean? Depending on what I'm making and what I'm doing, what I'm, you know, mixing down and whatnot. All that gets done here. I have the, whatchamacallit, out the back end here. Right? Pump jacks for oil and water. And then everything gets run upstairs into a production facility where CNC machines, all the rest, a press for wear plate, you know what I mean? Workbenches, blah, 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 blah. All the stuff is up here. Concrete, of course. Latest patch, yeah. Well, these storages, and I just found out it's in workbenches, everybody. These are the old storage containers. But I don't think these ones, I don't think they have, like, they don't have mine have a thing out the end. Right? Like, if you look at mine, my storages have the conveyor belt entrance. These ones don't. Right? So great. I mean, fantastic that they made these. I mean, it's truly fantastic that they put these back into the system. But I like it, yeah. And they're a little different. Like you say, proper storage container. I like it. No arguments, none whatsoever. Yeah. I used my storages from the before, the vanilla, whatever, like before beta, pre-beta. I used my old ones for all this. Yeah, I use so many CNC machines because I'm actually making all the parts, the filter kit, the built battery. I'm doing all the parts. All the maintenance is turned on in this game for me. My son is a heavy duty mechanic, and I think he would lose respect for me if I shut it all off. So I've got all that turned on. there's your tour, everybody. I need to get up, stretch my legs. I need to grab a coffee. My mug is empty. I need coffee, everybody. I'm going to get something out for dinner and thaw it out. I will be back. I'll be going for the very least a couple hours. So I will be back. Had to do a restart. Save wasn't working. Started on snow map this time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm just going to make some coffee, take a short break here. We'll talk to you in a little bit.